Jim Wanjohi for PISR. Additionally, I'm handsome, young, and very, very learned.
Good morning. My name is Masi Kamorangi from IPRA.
Good morning. I'm Julie Songok from IPRA.
Good morning. My name is Rufus Olefo Sosi, contractor electrical.
Good morning.
Max Electrical.
Good morning. I'm Said Kalume.
My name is Masi Kamorangi from IPRA.
Civil Society.
Good morning.
Kahoro Ashira, Electrical. Thank you.
Morning, Angela Kamau, Electrical Engineer.
My name is Rufus Olefo Sosi.
Yes, morning, Gabriel Wavero, EPRA.
Greetings. My name is Jerry Combo, Energy Sector Researcher.
Good morning.
Jambo, I'm Redemptor Mbone, Renewable Energy Enthusiast.
Civil Society.
I'm Huntington Kangede from the Vioso Union.
Ashira, Electrical. Thank you.
Good morning. Raphael Okoth, call center interviewer, Consumer Insight.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Engineer Isaac Ndereva. I am the Executive Director, Electricity Consumers Society of Kenya. Today I am a prosumer.
Good morning. Engineer John Chomba, Finance Director, Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Opakas, Energy and Natural Resources Lawyer.
Good morning. I'm Engineer Isaac Ndereva. I am the Executive Director, Electricity Consumers Society of Kenya. Today I am a prosumer.
Good morning. My name is Shombe Musonye. I work for EPRA, Energy Efficiency and Conservation.
Good morning, Nixon Bukachi from EPRA.
Eustace Mulidinjelo from EPRI.
Morning, I'm Karen Kaberere, Energy Consultant with Sustainable Energy Innovations.
My name is Shombe Musonye. I work for EPRA, Energy Efficiency.
Good morning. My name is Beldin Wakajuma from EPRA.
Thank you for that round. Very long. You can all attest to that, but very much necessary because as in a stakeholder consultative workshop, we need to know who is represented. This workshop is live streaming live on EPRA Facebook page and EPRA YouTube. So don't be surprised when you see pictures of the workshop streaming from this from my right and my left because the workshop is streaming live at on Facebook, like I've said. Our Facebook page is EPRA Kenya and our YouTube page is Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. At this point, I would like to ask the DG's representative, Ms. Caroline Kimathi, who is reading his remarks, to come forth and deliver DG's message, then we can proceed from there. Caroline.
Good morning, everyone. I think before I read the DG's speech, I would like to request that if you're in the room and you're listening online, please mute because we are hearing some sounds from the people who are connecting. They're still in the room. So allow me to read the speech of Daniel Kipto, our Director General, who was not able to join us today because of other commitments. Industry stakeholders present, distinguished guests, members of the fourth estates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you to this workshop. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedules to be part of these important deliberations. You may all be aware that there's a global push to provide sustainable access to resources, including power. In the case of power, There's a need to ensure that there's access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy for all, as guided by the Sustainable Development Goal number 7. We live in a country that has great potential to achieve this goal. The suppliers. The electricity shall be credited back in terms of deficit. Before the regulations were drafted, the authority carried out a regulatory impact assessment, which we call to evaluate the possible social, environmental, and economic impacts of the of solar water heating systems in Kenya, with a view of ensuring safety and quality in the solar water heating value. We continue to work with those stakeholders to ensure that the country's energy sector is in written format. We will display an email address at some point. Let us have all these views so that whatever we come out at the end of it all serves all of us in the best way possible. So thank you for coming, and I think we didn't recognize our online audience, but please feel welcome to this workshop. You can share your views via the chat function, and when time comes, you can also raise your hand online. We will see it and you'll be able to talk. Thank you and karibuni sana.
Thank you, Caroline. And the speech of the DG signals that we are into the workshop fully. The workshop is fully opened. So before we go further into the proceedings, I would like to ask Stanley Otel to come forth and let us know whether our security is guaranteed when we are here for today, and also let us know what facilities we need to know where they are located. Mr. Kyo.
Thank you, and good morning. Yeah, my name is Kyo Conjastas, the head of security. And on behalf of myself and Saroba Stanley Management, I wish to welcome you all to your function. I just say karibu sana. So I just wanted also to inform you that your security is guaranteed. You are in safe and secure area where we have armed security officers within. We have both in civilian and also in uniform. So if you see them around, don't fear them. They are our brothers, and that is how we work here, and we work very close with them. So karibuni sana. Again, you will be taking your teas out here, and then your lunches will be at the 50th floor. Then washrooms, just as you go out to the exchange bar, straight on to your left, we have washrooms there. We still have some more down, and also in the 50th floor. Smoking areas, you are not allowed to smoke in alley or in an open. We have a designated area for smoking, that is in the 50th floor, and to the far end of this motivator, or the first floor, far end, there is a room there. So I don't want to take much of your time, and we have also first aiders, or safety marshals team on the ground. Out here you have Sami, who is our motivator coordinator. He's just the guy behind there. He'll be able to assist you in case of anything. Again, you have Meshach on the ground in case of any, whatever you need or you require in this room, Meshach is on the ground to assist you. Again, we have a fully equipped dispensary, which is on the down floor, and a fully, also a physician, qualified physician. Also, we have a qualified, we have doctor on call 24/7, and also we work hand in hand with St. John's ambulance in case of any eventuality, and also AAR. So you are secure here. So karibuni sana. I wish you nice programs and events, and you are nice in everything and your function. So karibuni sana. Enjoy the rest of your section. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley Hotel. Without further ado, we will kick off the program now, and we are going to start with the draft net metering regulations of 2022. And on this one, Dr. Karen Kaberere is going to guide us. And then after she finishes, then we'll be able to interrogate the regulation and give our input. So at this point, I would like to ask Dr. Kaberere to take the floor and lead us in interrogating this regulation. Daktari.
Good morning. As we wait for the presentation to come up, once again, my name is Karen Kaberere, and I am a consultant in mainly energy matters, not just energy. I think I consult on a lot of issues, but mainly energy matters. So today I'll be taking you through parts, not all of it, part of the net metering draft regulations, and I think it's important for us to note that this is still a draft, and that is why we are all here, so that before it becomes the regulations, we have your input. I guess some of us participated in another stakeholders workshop, so your views were taken on board, and now we are consulting further so that whatever we come up with will be something that is workable, something that is owned by all of us. My background is electrical engineering, and we'll be making this presentation jointly with Noreen. I think she introduced herself, but she'll introduce herself again when she comes here. So I'll take you through the first 4 parts. I'll give an introduction, the general provisions in the regulations, installation, operation, and maintenance of net metering systems, and lastly, the cost. So keeps changing. If you think about your house, let's not think about the big things. We all come from our houses. We are domestic consumers who are connected to the grid. So during the day, when the sun is out, mostly for the majority of us, the only load that we have could be a fridge. If you go very far, maybe a pump. Beyond a pump, I do not know what runs most of the time. Those two, the fridge, the pump, particularly with the water shortages in Nairobi, you always tend to have a storage somewhere and you are pumping. So those two may be the main ones. Your sun is out, you've sized your solar PV system to take care of your lighting as well, because someone came and told you now, for this to work, you also need to take care of your lighting, maybe you are ironing, let's factor that in. So your size, the size of your system may be quite big, but your demand is quite low. Let's take the example where it's only a fridge that is on. A fridge too, depending on the temperature, when you achieve the set temperature, it will cut off, so you're not consuming. So now, what's the demand in that house? It is zero, until the temperature again rises and the fridge comes back on. But you have a system that is big, and the sun is out. So here we are talking about the demand and the supply. So the demand at some point is equal to zero, but the supply, the sun is out, it is full supply. So what happens? You have some energy that could be generated, but it is not being generated. The systems that we have currently, we curtail the generation, because as I said, you only generate that which is being used. So your demand is equal to zero, the sun is out, you could generate, but there's no load. So you curtail that generation. So now, with net metering, we are saying the energy that you curtailed can be generated but supplied to the grid and banked, in quotes. Quotes, you are banking, you are storing. There is nothing like banking. It's not the same as I'm taking my money to the bank and I'll tell the bank until I'm ready to consume, to use this money, I'll come back. There is no one who is storing this energy. Your neighbor or whoever else is going, the one who has a load, a demand, will consume what you are putting into the grid. So these that we are talking about here, the banking or the storage of the surplus energy, in real terms does not exist. It's like virtually you are banking, virtually you are storing that energy. It is being consumed instantaneous, real time. You've generated, it is being consumed by that load which is already connected. So this word, we must treat it as being virtual. There's nothing we are banking, there's nothing we are storing. So then, after we feed that energy to the grid, there will come a time when our demand is there or is more than what our generation system is giving us. Let's take the same example of solar. In the evening, at night, you've gone home, you're putting your lights on, your fridge is still there, your water is still being pumped, but now you have no solar to provide you with the energy. So now you want to ask the grid, can you supply me with the energy that I fed during the day? Remember, it is not stored anywhere. The grid does not have any battery. So it knows it's not stored anywhere, but we are saying, let's offset. We offset the consumption, that now our demand is more than what we are generating. We offset our consumption against what we already supplied or what we stored or banked in the network. But this is virtual. There is nothing that is stored anywhere. So that offsetting is what we are looking at, and looking at, are we net importers or are we net exporters? Net importer means, are we importing more from the grid? Remember, we started by saying we have the prerequisite is we need to have generation and we need to have connection to the grid, so we are consumers from the grid. So if you are a net importer, it means you are importing more from the grid than what you are sending to the grid. You are exporting, or you are banking, in quotes. Remember, I'm saying there's nothing like that is being stored anywhere. So it means what you export to the grid is less than what you are importing, and therefore you become a net importer. If you are a net exporter, it is the opposite. What you are sending out to the grid is more than what you are importing. So you are exporting more. Your system is giving more to the grid than what you are getting from the grid. We are going to come across those terms later on. They are quite important when we are talking about net metering. Now here we have a pictorial representation of what I have just said. And I am saying solar PV is not the only technology that we are looking at. We are considering all renewable energy technologies. So this illustrates, you have a domestic house whereby you have solar panels that are mounted on the roof. Current. So we need to change the DC, the direct current, to alternating current so that it can work with the appliances that we have, and that is why we need that inverter. It should not worry you. It is not part of the whole system. But what is important for us to note is that for us to connect this system to the grid is alternating current, and therefore we need to harmonize that. We cannot connect the DC to the ACs. That is why it's very important that we show that component. You need an inverter. And then we are saying whatever comes from the grid or what we send to the grid is what remains or what is the shortfall after our own power generation. And that is why you notice over here, after we generate, we first of all supply our demand. So these house the fridges we are talking about, the one is sending to the grid, the other one is coming from the grid. So depending on how much we are getting from our generation system and depending on what the load is, if they balance out, if what the demand is equal to the supply, the generation that we have, then we have zero flow. At this point, we have zero flow. You are not importing from the grid and you are not exporting to the grid. But if one of them, we shall have some flow either into the grid or out from the grid into this facility. Now, this is very important. We have a meter. We are talking about net metering. So we can be exporting to the grid. So that means our generation is more than Not a very strong motivation. We already have most of it coming from renewable energy, and therefore that for us is not a major motivation. The other reason as to why other jurisdictions will go for net metering is that they want to increase energy security and reduce the dependence on non-renewable energy sources. I guess I cannot belabor this, having seen what has gone on with the Ukraine-Russian war, right? We just experienced that. A couple of years back, we also experienced the Libya uprising, and the fuel prices went up. That was it 2011? So there are all those issues that happen globally you have no control over, and therefore you need the security. You don't need to rely on what you do not have. This is God-given. Renewable energy, we normally say, is God-given, free for all of us. But now the harnessing, the technology may not be yours. You could be getting it from other countries, but the resource is God-given. So you'd like to increase the energy security as well as reduce the dependence of, on non-renewable energy sources. So the second part, as I said, because in Kenya, a lot of our electricity comes from renewable sources, that may not be, again, a very strong point for us. But in terms of energy security and reliability, that may hold some water for us. Of course, reduce greenhouse gas emissions from power generation. That ties with the first one, why you'd like to increase the renewable energy sources. And you'd also like to encourage private investment in renewable energy sources. These are smaller plants. Everyone doing it on their rooftop, if it's the industries, the commercial consumers, you're just doing a small system. It's not calling for a lot of money. And therefore, what does that mean? It does not necessarily mean that per unit installed is cheap, but the amount of money, the capital investment that you are calling for is something that is affordable by a lot of people. So that encouragement of the investment is debatable for us. Whether you'd like to go that direction or not, that is debatable for us. But let's think about South Africa, what's happening right now. There's a lot of power rationing. So if ESCOM was told, let everyone generate their own power, that is a big plus for them. Instead of being rationed, if I can afford, and we are saying my system, my solar system would be very cheap. If I can afford, that's the first thing that I do. And I think I have read a little bit about that the South Africans are doing quite a bit of that. Whether they are net metering, that I may not be too sure. But encouraging the private investment is a major driver globally for net metering. So now, having said that about other jurisdictions, we learn from what is happening out there, look at our situation right here, and see what befits us. So the first that would make sense for Kenya to allow net metering is that it will enhance grid power reliability. I don't know how many of us experience blackouts every so often. Why? At least for us, it's not a question of that we don't have enough generation. Right now, it may not be throughout, but currently where we are at, we have enough generation. There could be other factors that lead to load shedding in some areas, because generation alone is not a good that could improve their reliability. We are not talking about the blackout on Saturday, which we all experience as a country. That does not solve the problem. And how net metering works, that does not save anyone from such a blackout. That's a system problem. Now, more importantly, reliability is one that can make our case, but more importantly is the fact that a lot of people who install, particularly solar, and remember I am saying solar is not the only renewable energy technology. For example, the small hydros, they also are renewable energy technology. Right now, most areas of this country, there is drought going on. So they don't have enough water. Come April, we may get El Nino. You have too much water. So you have you can generate a lot of electricity, more than what you need. So what you are saying for them is, right now they're going through drought, but in April, they will have enough resource more than what they need. So can they bank, in quotes, can they bank that energy that they'll have during the rainy season and then use it in terms like the January, February, March, when we are going through drought? So having said that, storage is one of the key motivations. They are not industry, they are not domestic. So they fall under the category of commercial consumers. So all hotels, all learning institutions, the schools, the universities, the tertiary institutions, name it, the office blocks, the malls, anyone else who is not under the industry and is not under the domestic, then they are all commercial. So it is open to all consumers, but there is a condition. The capacity kilowatts. So you are allowed, any one of us can install and is eligible for net metering, but our generator must not exceed the capacity of 1 megawatt. I've talked about the technologies, the eligible technologies. It's all renewable energy. So whether we are talking about solar PV, whether we are talking about small hydro, we are talking about geothermal, we are talking about tidal when it finally arrives, we are talking about biomass, whatever, but renewable energy technologies will all be eligible. The consumers, we've said all prosumers who are supplied by a licensee. I think there's a misconception among a lot of Kenyans that KPLC is the only licensee. They are not the only ones, but they are the main distribution licenses. We have others who are supplying fewer consumers, but what we are saying here is that all prosumers who are supplied by a licensee will be eligible. Now, moving on, let's talk about the generation capacity limits, because one, we've seen that it is not all sizes of generators that will be allowed. We've said the first one, our generation system capacity must not exceed 1,000 kilowatts or 1 megawatt. That is the capping for each of the facilities that will be eligible for net metering. Then the first one here, we are saying that the net metering system will be capped at the maximum load demands, which you've had for the last 12 months. Now, what does that mean? If I have a maximum demand of 300 kilowatts, can I install 1,000 kilowatts? Because that is the biggest limit? No. You'll only be allowed to have a system that is 300 kilowatts. Why? First and foremost, you are installing this system to meet your demand. There is no money that is going to change hands here. Net metering is not about selling power to the licensee. Net metering, and particularly what we are talking about in Kenya, is just to give you storage facility. Therefore, there will be no money changing hands. So it is in your best interest to size the system in such a way that it is just enough. Whatever this system is giving you is just enough to meet your demand. Okay? But we all need to be very clear. There is no money changing hands. In net metering, you are not going to sell power or you are not going to sell energy to the licensee. So at the end of the day, we want to have a net zero. That would be the ideal. But we understand it cannot be net zero. Okay? So that is why you will not be able to have a bigger system than the maximum load demand that you have recorded in the last 12 months. So that is the capping. Now, I don't know how many of us have interacted with bills, but in Kenya, it is only the commercial industrial consumers demand. And I think some new meters that were introduced by Kenya Power a while back, they also show the maximum demand for the small commercials. I think I've seen that on their bills, but they are not billed for maximum demand. For the billing, we have the domestic consumers, we have the small commercial, we have the commercial industrial, CI1, CI2, and they move on all the way up to CI5 or CI6. I'm not very sure whether it's 5 or 6, but they are about, depending on the voltage at which you are supplied at. So now, if you are commercial industrial, you know your maximum demand. So that's the one we are talking about right there. We'll look at your bills, what has been your highest maximum demand, so that becomes the eligible size of your system. For those who do not have the maximum demand, then small commercials that I've talked about, and the domestic. Of course, that does not apply to the domestic. The small commercials who do not have the maximum demand, then we are saying the size of their system will be capped at the maximum allowed load demand. Normally, the licensee gives you, this is the maximum demand that you are allowed to have, and therefore it is stated, you'll always see it in the bill. So again, that is not for domestic consumers. So how do we handle the domestic consumers? Remember, we say this is open to all of us. Whatever category you are at, it is open to all of us. So for three-phase domestic consumers, we are saying the capping will be at 10 kilowatts. A 10 kilowatt system, that is the maximum you'll have for domestic consumers. And then important. We are saying for the first phase, phase one, which we are defining as 3 years, the first 3 years of implementing these regulations, we are proposing that we have a maximum aggregate generation capacity of 100 megawatts. So all these put together for the whole country, and here we are talking about those prosumers who are connected to the grid, not the off-grid, not the mini-grids. So for the first 3 years, 100 megawatts will be the total that will be allowed. Remember, we are saying these 3 years is a piloting phase. We want to see what happens to the system. I don't know how many of you saw the follow-up on Saturday after the blackout. We were told what had caused the blackout? What caused the blackout? What? Wild animal? Well, I didn't hear that. Depends on where you are. What you hear depends on your circles, isn't it? I think the official one I saw, I don't know how official it is, because we all get from social media this information. Passed on, yeah? I didn't visit the KPLC media, but what was passed on, what actually reached me was that there was a problem with the Rogoriani wind power line, right? Is that what we had, most of us? Was that the official position? Okay, that's why I said it all depends on where you get your information. But a lot of us, unfortunately, a lot of us Kenyans, we don't care to get the authentic. It's just the forward, and eventually that becomes the story. Well, so if that be the Logorian Electrocana line, that's not the kind of thing we are talking about here. That is quite a big system, and whatever the actual technical explanation was, that is quite a big amount of power. But what we are trying to safeguard is the stability of the network. The system is quite a big, remember we are talking about the whole interconnected grid. As it is very difficult to control the grid. You have the generators, multiple generators, you have the transmission line, you have the distribution network, you have the consumers who are us, all of us. And no one has any control over what the consumer does. In fact, the consumer is the most troublesome within any power system. The generators, you can control them, and they're able to control and respond to our behavior as consumers. But there is no way you can control the behavior of the consumer. So now we are even complicating it further. Previously, they were only taking power from the grid, and we had no control. Now we are saying they are even injecting power into the grid, and we still have no control. How complex can it get? So that is why we need this piloting phase, so that we see how our grid will behave. But we are saying we are not the first ones, right? So there are lessons to be learned. But there could be some unique features about our system that are not being experienced by other grids. For example, we are saying ours has a lot of wind, it has a lot of solar, it has a lot of these uncontrollable renewables. So how is it going to behave? And that is the whole essence of limiting that to 100 megawatts for the first 3 years. Well, studies were done. I think you had from the DG's remarks, it was mentioned that there was a regulatory impact assessment study that was done, and that established that within the 3 years, we may not hit that 100 megawatts. Those systems that will be eligible for net metering, the total sum of them, of course it was a projection, and that is why I'm saying the 3 years is the reality. Right? That will be the reality. Studies and everything you do still remains, you're trying to forecast, you're still modeling, so that is not the reality. What the reality may turn out to be may be very different. But the modeling that was done showed that in the 3 years, the projection of the installations that we'll have in the 3 years will not reach the 100 megawatts. And that is why we had the comfort of that 100 being good enough for learning or for limiting. So now the next question that comes up is, how will the licenses? We are saying yes, KPLC for now is the main licensee. If more were to come up within this period of 3 years, how do they share out? And I think that is quite fair. You cannot get more than what you're supplying. You are a portion of the cake in the national load. So they'll share out. If more will come, they share out in proportion of what the share is of the national load. Now that's just a summary of what makes the 100 megawatts that we are talking about for phase one. So we are saying it's a contribution from the domestic, all the domestic consumers will be connecting, or prosumers. In this case, these are not consumers, they are prosumers. So the domestic prosumers added to the commercial prosumers and the industrial prosumers, that is what we are saying will form or will total to the 100 megawatts for the phase one. The installation, operation and maintenance of the net metering system. Now, this is very important. We are saying we are coming to a grid, and a grid is very complex. It's not just about the licensee, no. It goes beyond the licensee. I know a lot of us complain about Kenya Power because that is what we see. Now, if that Saturday theory holds, that it was a question of the transmission line or disturbance in the line, that has absolutely nothing to do with KPLC, right? There's the transmitter, there's the generator at the end of that line. But who do we all blame? My switch, I switched on and there was no light, Kenya Power wanafanya nini? But we don't see who else is behind all that, right? So Kenya Power, sometimes we demonize them for mistakes that they have their own mistakes. I'm not trying to justify. But sometimes when you're dealing with a big and a complex system as a power system is, a power system is quite complex. Sometimes it is not a fault of their own making. In fact, oftentimes, the distribution system, like those national blackouts, they may have very little to do with the distribution system. It may be emanating from a generator somewhere very far, or it could be the transmission line. That has nothing to do with the distributor. So now, with these systems, because we are saying we are prosumers, we are not even seen by the controller. The system has a controller who monitors the generators, who monitors those transmission lines, who monitors the distribution system. We are not visible. At that level, we are not even visible to the system operator. So how do we safeguard the system? Remember, you may be the one who has installed, who has entered into this net metering arrangement. I am your neighbor. When you're banking, I'm the one who's consuming. But when the system goes down because of a fault in your system, I'm down. Yes, during those times when you're giving me energy, I am fine, and I don't even care where it's coming from, right? It's coming from the grid. But when you take the same system down, I am also inconvenienced. I am not a prosumer. For me, I have chosen just to be a consumer. But you are taking all of us down with your problems. So that is why we need to safeguard who installs this system. We are saying that that has to be competent personnel who are licensed by the authority. That is purely supposed to safeguard the quality of work that we have, the operation of this system. It has to be someone who's knowledgeable because they may inconvenience all of us who are consumers. Simple consumers, not prosumers. There are those few prosumers, and then we have the majority who are consumers. So let's not inconvenience anyone. Plus, when there's a blackout, there's also money lost, isn't it? There's revenue loss. So we are also going into the licensees' grid. They are the generators and everyone who's behind all this, who are also losing revenue. So we need to safeguard this system so that we don't get quacks coming to work in. So that's very important, that we need to have the competent personnel who are licensed by the authority. I said the meter is very important, very important. And we are therefore saying that the bidirectional meter should have two-way communication, okay? And then it will be solely used to measure and register the electricity flow in both directions at the same rate. Not that when I am exporting, it is running faster, so my units are more. And then when I'm importing, it is running slowly. I don't want my units to count when I'm importing. They must be exactly the same rate, right? When exporting, when importing, it must be at the same rate so that we get the net, which is what is very important. Then we need to be able to measure and record the peak supply in different periods, and I want to talk about that together with provide time of use metering. I guess a lot of us have used Uber, right? We've used Uber a lot of us, or maybe the Little and what is the other one? There are very many nowadays, but I guess most of us, but they are all the same, the taxifys and everything. They operate on the principle of, it is now 10:30. Wanakazi kweli, kuna jam? Hapana. If you decided to get here, well, it was starting at 8:30. If you had wanted to get here at exactly 8 on the dot, what would it cost you? There'll be more traffic, right? And therefore you pay more. For that person who decided, okay, they've said 8:30, but maybe they'll start at 9. Let me hold on another few minutes. Maybe they paid less. That's exactly what we are saying. This is more futuristic, not the current. I know in Kenya we talk about time of use, but time of use, what we've implemented is simply peak and off-peak. Nothing else in between. Consuming in the evening, when the system has the peak, what does that mean for the system? We had the sun out during the day, that was freely given by God. In the evening, we have to bring on board the thermal plants, which are very expensive. And that is when you want to wash your clothes. Why can't you wait? Are those clothes that important at that hour? No. You want to iron during that peak. So now, with time of use, what it means is you don't want to be inconvenienced. You want to do your things at the time that you want, then pay for that. Pay a premium at that time when you have the peak, because you are also telling us we can use all the very expensive sources. But if you can postpone, wash your clothes when everyone else goes to bed. I always tell students they're the only ones who are nocturnal, and therefore they can do their things whatever time all of us, the rest of us are asleep, because we have a busy schedule the following day. So if you can leave your machine, when all of us go to bed, then that's the time it will clean, then that saves you. And that is where time of use becomes very important. So this meter, we are saying, it should be able to measure and record in different times, as well as provide for time of use meter. Now, I already mentioned that the eligible prosumer shall bear the cost of the meter. You pay for the meter, it is owned by the licensee. And setting up the interconnection, even today, when you apply for power, the charges that they make, what are they for? They need these conductors, you'll need the fuse, you'll need 1, 2, 3, 4. So you pay for that. That's the same thing we are talking about here. So both the meter and the cost of the interconnection shall be borne by the prosumer. So nothing new. That's still the current arrangement that we have. This is very important. Remember, we are talking about connecting to the grid, to a big system. So if I change anything, these two are interacting. Now I'm interacting not in one way, but both ways. So I need to notify the licensee if I make any replacement, if I make any modifications, or if I decide to change the point of connection. I hope you remember that picture that we had. We were connecting to the grid after we take off our load, isn't it? We could decide, let's relocate from maybe, if it's an industry, this DB to another DB. Before you do that, before you make any modifications, before you change the point of connection, you need to have the approval of the licensee. So write first, and then you can change anything. Here we are safeguarding all of us, not just you. You may know what you are doing, but that may not work for the system. That's why I said it's no longer a question of just you as a consumer. What you do may have some impact on the grid, and that is why it's very important that you notify the licensee in writing. And then you can go ahead if you're given the approval. Where a prosumer is no longer in control or possession of the premises in which net metering system is installed, then we want to allow them to pass on their system to the next occupant. Of course, there's the condition. Remember, you signed an agreement with the licensee. There's an agreement that needs to be signed. So they need to say that, yes, they agree to the terms. They agree to the terms. Now, what we are trying to do here is, you may be Stanley Hotel today, and then you decide, no, I'm not going to go on. Well, Stanley has been around for a long time, eh? But you remember Intercon closed? Right? Did they ever come back? No, I think what I read is that Intercon closed. So now, suppose it was Intercon that we had the net metering arrangements. The new occupant comes and decides, wow, this is something that should not go to waste. And Intercon didn't even have anywhere to take that. So what happens to that installation? So can you pass it on to the next? Because this was an investment. So whoever the next occupant of that facility becomes, they can take it over from you. So we are avoiding that loss, wastage of resources. That, yes, you've decided you don't want to continue with that business, move on with life, so the new occupant can take over that. But of course, they need to follow the agreement, they need to agree to the agreement that you already signed with the licensee. So this is the agreement that we are talking about. So they have to agree to the terms of the new licensee, of the agreement, and you have to inform the licensee of the change. We already talked about that the prosumer will be obliged to pay the interconnection costs, which are associated with the installation, and then the prosumer shall be compensated for electrical energy supplied to the licensee with a credit. That's very important. There's no mention of money. Remember I said we are not selling power to the licensee. We are being helped. In fact, it is us who are being helped. I remember during COVID, we said there was some power that was sold, that was generated and not consumed. I can't remember how it was going. But it was something like that was going around. You remember that? We are paying more because power was generated and was not consumed or something like that. For me, I cannot even remember what it was going like, because that cannot be. You only generate that which is being consumed. If it is not being consumed, there is no demand, there is no generation. It is as simple as that. So now, we are not getting money out of this. We'll simply get a credit, which you are going to see what the credit is. So we are getting a credit. We've injected 1 kilowatt hour into the grid. We get a credit for that. So for all energy that is exported, we get a credit for it during the billing period. So now, the billing and compensation procedure. The prosumer shall be billed any non-variable charges applicable under the current retail tariff schedule. Non-variable is very important. For the domestic consumers, until 2018, and for all of us, not just domestic, until 2018, we used to pay a certain standing charge. So whether you consumed electricity or not, you'd pay a certain amount that was not related to your energy consumption. Since 2018, that was knocked off. And therefore, for a domestic consumer who's only charged kilowatt hours consumed, we do not have a fixed charge. Here we are talking about fixed charges. Non-variable means fixed. It means for the domestic consumer, we do not have any fixed charges. And therefore, what that would mean is if you are a net exporter or you just balanced out and you're a domestic consumer, during that billing period, you pay nothing. Okay? You pay nothing, zero, because there are no non-variable. However, for the CI, the commercial industrial consumers, they usually pay for the maximum demand. Remember we said their systems will be, capacity will be based on the maximum demand. That comes from the bill, and they pay for that maximum demand. So that will still be paid for. That has nothing to do with the energy that they have generated or consumed, and therefore they shall still have to pay for the maximum demand. If they do not have a good power factor, then they'll also have to pay for the poor power factor. So those have nothing to do with energy, and therefore that shall still stand. For each unit exported during a billing period, well, for now the billing period for the majority of us is 1 month. So let's take the 1 month for now, but it doesn't mean that that cannot change. That is why this is generalized. It may change to being weekly. The billing period is a month. So for each unit exported during a billing period, the prosumer shall receive a credit of 60% of the exported unit. I talked about there being no money that is changing hands. You're not selling any power. So 60%, what that means is, if I export 10 kilowatt hours, when I import, that will count as 6 units. Sorry? 60, well, you have regulations. The draft reads 50%. I told you there was a study that was done, regulatory impact assessment. So the initial proposal was 50%. I think you have the initial draft that reads 50%. So that was revised to 60%. So what I'm talking about here, the 60%, is in the current draft. So you've exported 10 units. What you get back will be 6 units. That is what it basically means. Where are you losing these other 4 units? Zimepotea hivyo tu? Zitapotea? I said we only look at, you're paying for this storage, the virtual storage. Yeah, that's a good one. Eh? Because this virtual storage, we are talking about a distribution network. Mainly this power may not get to the transmission, right? But we have the distribution network. Are there maintenance costs? Are there operations costs? Are there capital costs for expansion? So that is where it goes. Let's not forget. I don't know how many of you have participated in the tariff review. Kenya Power had applied for tariff review. And I'm saying it's on behalf of, it carries everyone else. So we always look at Kenya Power as if they're the ones, they're the devils. Eh? But they are carrying everyone else. All the generators, the Ketracos, everyone who is in the electricity sector is carried by Kenya Power, and as we only see that face. So now, you'll always hear that there are losses. Losses which are categorized as commercial and technical losses. Commercial is a beautiful name, isn't it? Isn't it a beautiful name? Commercial losses, what are they? Hey, Kenyans are very knowledgeable. How can they not know what commercial losses are? Kenyans, we are very knowledgeable. We must acknowledge. What are commercial losses? What are they? We are not the only ones, but we baptize this. Commercial losses is electricity theft, plain and simple. That is theft. All others they are able to take care of. Technical losses you cannot eliminate, but you can minimize. Commercial losses, which means theft, can be eliminated. That is one of the reasons that I said you cannot pick net metering from one country and come and think it works for you. Different countries will have different levels of commercial losses. So unauliza yako ilienda wapi 40%. Part of it. And we know them. It's not like we don't know them, yeah? Kenyans are very knowledgeable. We know who is stealing. So even when the licensee goes to apply for tariff review, part of what we pay for is what that person is stealing. And we know them. The best we can do for ourselves is to report them, right? So that we minimize the commercial losses. But part of where stima yako inapotelea, your 40% is going, part of it, I'm not saying all of it, part of it goes to that theft. Okay? So that is why it does not come back as 100%. Then we are saying after you apply that discount, the unit discount of 60%, if the prosumer is a net exporter during the billing period where we are at, then it means they exported more than what they received, okay, during this specific billing period. We carry forward the credits that they shall have. This is January, February, March. So in February, the solar radiation was very good. Some industries, they do their maintenance in January. And the January production is very good. So during that maintenance period, your consumption was low. So you exported more than what you consumed, you imported. And therefore, we are saying your net becomes a net exporter. You fed to the grid more than what you imported. So now we allow you, these units, these good times, you stored virtually, continue storing until the end of the financial year of the licensee. The financial year is 12 months. Normally what happens through the cycle of 12 months repeats itself. After the 12 months, you start repeating yourself. And that is why we're capping it at the 12 months. That is one reason, that this will be cyclic. It repeats itself within that 12 months. And I started by saying you need to size your system properly. Because if you are a net exporter, by the end of the 12 months, if you become a net exporter, you lose your credits. So sizing here becomes very, very important. Otherwise, you keep losing. So it becomes very important. So this storage, haitaendelea forever. It lapses after the 12 months. One reason is that cycle repeats itself. And two, you do not want to have this appearing as a debt in the accounts of the licensee. So it must stop at some point. So after the 12 months, after the financial year, then we cut it off and you're going to lose your credits. I think it shall come somewhere. I talked about that earlier on, but I was talking about carrying forward any surplus credits to the next billing period. So your January, your February, your March. Come April, May, we have the rainy season. Now you need your credits, isn't it? You enter into the cloudy, cold season, June, July, partly August. You're still enjoying what you put in January, February, March. So that's how it's supposed to work. That you had your credits during the good days, and then when you don't have the sun, you can enjoy those credits. The same example I had given of the small hydro. Small hydro right now, they'll do with whatever credits they'll put in during the rainy season. So it works for you, and that's the virtual storage that net metering serves. I had already said the prosumer shall pay the maximum, the demand charge and other fixed charges when the net is 0
or the net export. We had already explained that when I talked about the non-variable charges. Then any unused credits shall be forfeited at the end of the licensee's financial year. It doesn't matter whether the year starts from July to June or it starts from January to December. We are looking at 12-month cycle. The sun is out January, February, March. The rains come at a certain time, and it is cloudy. So what's important is that because most of these technologies are weather-driven, that cycle repeats itself every that often. And even our demand sometimes is influenced by the weather. So enjoy that and March and have your storage during that time. Units generated and consumed on site shall not attract any compensation or charge. I hope you can still remember the picture that I showed where we were taking off our consumption. We had the generation, we took off whatever we were consuming to the house, and then whatever remained is what was going to the meter. And that guarantees you that the meter is not seeing your consumption. That is a guarantee. So you don't get any compensation, you're not getting paid, you're not getting any credit for what you consumed, and you're not being charged for that which you consumed. Net metering prosumers shall not be entitled to any monetary compensation for capacity, reactive power, voltage, and frequency support. None of us ever calls our licensee or our supplier to tell them that now I am switching on my what? My lights, even as much as the light, or I'm switching on my iron box. But there is some capacity seated somewhere that when you switch on, there is power or there is current that will flow, isn't it? It's guaranteed. The whole system is the consumer. We are not controlled by anyone. Sijui kama hii inafit hatupangwagi as consumers. Generators wanapangwa, right? The system operator anawapigia simu. Can you give me this? Can you do this? Can you do the other? That I have been to the control center or to generation stations, and yes, they get instructions. Have you ever gotten instructions from Kenya Power to be told what you will do with electricity? Absolutely not. We are the most troublesome in the system. So, by virtue of the fact that it is not known when will be on, when will be off. Of course, they observe the patterns. In this area, the demand rises at this time, goes down at this time. I do not know whether there are regions with some peculiar habits when they sleep and when they wake up. I think I need to see some regional curves. But they know, over time, aggregated all of us, this is how the demand is. And therefore, they get ready with that capacity. Even the peak that comes in the evening. Get these generators, that thermal plant, it needs to come on at this time, up to this time. So they know. So that generator that is there on standby, it is paid for that capacity. It is waiting, ready for you. They are not generating, but they are waiting until when the load comes in. So they are paid for that capacity. So we are saying, for net metering, you'll not get any compensation for your system being there. After all, we don't even know whether it's there or not, isn't it? It's not guaranteed. You could have your load. We are not counting on that to supply the grid. So you don't get any compensation for your capacity. You do not get compensation for reactive power. Reactive power, I talked about poor power factor. The system too, the distribution system, the transmission system also requires reactive power. And I think if you listen to the DG speech, he talked about one of the advantages is that this net metering would offer voltage support. That reduces, or rather you may be injecting reactive power. So reactive power, voltage support, frequency may be, but what we are basically saying is all the ancillary services that you will offer, you're not going to get any monetary compensation for that. And that is why I started by saying there's no money changing hands. In this whole net metering, there's no money that changes hands. For billing purposes, we are saying licensees shall not estimate the electricity consumed and generated by net metered consumers during any billing period. I think estimates have gone down. Do you agree with me? Estimation. Well, for the domestics, a lot of the domestics, they could be on prepaid. Am I right? Personally, I'm still on the postpaid. I believe in keeping my money for the longest time. So let me use my money until I have to pay. Even my phone, I am on postpaid. Let me keep my money, let me use whatever it is until I have to pay. So if you are on prepaid, then you know nothing about the estimation. But I think right now, and remember these regulations are not about Kenya Power. I'm giving examples of Kenya Power, but these regulations are not about Kenya Power. They are about distribution licenses. So right now with the main distributor, I think they introduced the self-reading. That is what I do. I prefer to read my own meter. I send bill. And I don't know how many people know that you can do that. With the commercials, the industrials, I think they have the automatic meter reading. Yeah? So I think a lot has changed. But now what we are saying is, wow, a few times they estimate. Even my self-reading, there are months when I will lapse. I know I set a reminder, but if I forget, I think there are, like last year, there are a few months that I lapsed and they were estimating. Until now, I got back on track and I started sending my own readings. But that was my problem, that I had showed them I can read, and it is understandable that, yes, 1 month you may miss, so let's estimate. Then I did a second month. So that was my problem, that I had already registered for that. The estimates cannot work when it comes to net metering. What are they estimating? Are they estimating my import? Are they estimating my export? So that is why we are saying strictly, if you are on net metering, then you have to be billed with actual readings, no estimates for this system. When a prosumer vacates the premises where a net metering system is installed and terminates their net metering agreement, we are saying they forfeit any remaining credits, or they can transfer those credits to the new occupier. Remember, we said we allow for this system to be transferred to the new occupant, right? We've already invested. Why are we wasting this? If the new occupant can buy that whole system from you, or they are willing to pay you, let them continue with that. So the credits, if you do not transfer to them, that these were my credits that were rolling over month to month, you may choose, can I sell together with the whole system? Then you lose them, you forfeit them. You will not carry them to the new premises or tell them, oh, I also have a home, so here this was an industry, and I want this to be credited to my home bill. That does not work. It has to be that same facility that you have transferred to the new owner, the only place you can transfer that to. And with that, I invite Noreen to take us through the legal part. Thank you very much. Today is easier.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Karen, for taking us through that delicious presentation. Wasn't it delicious? Yeah, of the technical bits of the net metering arrangement. And my bit will be very, very easy. It will be how to formalize this net metering arrangement. And the authority has made it very simple to formalize this net metering arrangement. You will find the forms that you require to formalize the arrangement at the back of the regulations. So there are schedules there that outline how you formalize this arrangement. And the first thing you need to do is to fill a form. This form is set out in the first schedule. And in this form, these are the details that you will need to include in the form. First, you will start with your name, and then you'll give your details. You'll give your PIN, you'll give your postal and email address, and then your phone number, and then the exact location of where the installation will be. So you'll put in your land reference number or your plot number. You'll also give details of your peak demand, and then you'll go ahead and give your generation plant capacity and the kind of technology it is, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, and so on. And then you'll put in the full details of if you're doing it in a partnership or a company, of your business partners, directors, and shareholders. And then the form also outlines some of the accompanying documents that will be required If it's a company, you will have to attach your certificate of incorporation, or a certificate of registration. You will also attach your MEMATs, your Memorandum of Association and your Articles of Association. And then your CR12, which you can find on eCitizen. Basically, it will outline the name of the directors or shareholders together with the value of their shareholdings. And then you're given other details of the directors, including their identification cards. If there's a lease agreement for the property, you will attach that as well. Then you'll also give in your PIN and VAT certificates, as well as your tax compliance certificates. If it's an individual, you'll give in your details, your ID cards, the lease agreement or the title deed. Again, you'll also attach your PIN, VAT certificates, and your tax compliance certificates. And then finally, in the application form, you'll need to give disclosures. You'll need to state whether you've applied before, whether that application has been rejected, or whether it has been cancelled. Now, if your application is for a system that is more than 10 kilowatts, you will be required to also have a feasibility study. And the guidelines for the feasibility study will be found in the second schedule. Again, the authority has made it very easy to know what the feasibility study report needs to include. And those are, you'll have to include your demand forecast and your historical load profiles. And then at the time of the application, that feasibility report should not be more than a year old. Yeah? And other guidelines is to ensure that the feasibility report outlines the technical impact of that system to the licensee's distribution system. You'll also need to outline the technical and safety requirements that the system needs to have. And the important thing to note is that this feasibility study should be conducted together with the licensee. So if it's Kenya Power or if it's a mini grid operator, you will undertake the feasibility study report in conjunction with the licensee. And where, for instance, the licensee is Kenya Power, because Kenya Power will need to give you some certain system data, you will need to also sign a non-disclosure agreement with the licensee, just to ensure that the information that is shared with you is kept with you and not shared with other parties. Now, the processing of the application, once you give the application, or rather register the application with the licensee will look through the application and take into account issues like the system power flow, as well as the feasibility study that has been attached to your application if the system is more than 10 kilowatts. And thereafter, the licensee shall now make a decision on that application. So the application can either be approved or rejected. If it's approved, the licensee will communicate that approval and also share with you the conditions for which the installation must comply with. If it's rejected, the licensee is required to give you a list of the reasons why that application has been rejected. But all in all, the licensee is required to take not more than 60 days to come back to you with either an approval or a rejection. All right, so if your application is approved, you now enter into a net metering agreement between you, the consumer, and the licensee. Again, this agreement has been provided within the third schedule of the regulations, and it outlines specific clauses that the agreement must have. So the agreement will outline the eligibility of the renewable energy system. Again, the agreement will also talk about the technical and the interconnection requirements. So for instance, the third schedule discusses about having an isolation device. It also talks about the interface between the two systems. So those technical and interconnection requirements are outlined in the agreement that is in the third schedule. Another clause will be the clause on safety, just to ensure that the quality of the system is sound, but also that KEBS has approved that the system is safe. Other things that you will need to have that are outlined in the net metering agreement is clearances and approvals. These are statutory ones, including the ones from EMCA, the Environmental and Management Coordination Act. So all those approvals will need to be confirmed in the agreement. And then the period of the agreement, currently the schedule states that the agreement will be valid for 10 years, and the parties can renew that by consent. It also outlines how you can terminate the agreement, the number of days notice you need to give, and so on. The agreement also outlines how to give access and how access can also be, and how disconnection can also be made through the system. It outlines warranties and representations that both parties give each other with regard to the system. And then liabilities. Who is liable if the system either shuts down or there's backfeeding or there's some negligence or misconduct that affects either system. So the agreement outlines that as well in the liabilities. And then we have a clause on commercial settlements, which is what Dr. Kaberere had talked about, how the net energy is metered and how it's billed as well. So there's a clause on that, and then the costs, who pays the cost? For now, it's the consumer. But that is also outlined in the agreement. And then, of course, dispute resolution. What happens when the parties have a dispute? The clause is also outlined in the agreement. And so after you have signed the net metering agreement, there's a requirement that the prosumer now files that agreement with the authority, that is the EPRA. And you're also, the applicant, who will now be the prosumer, is required to commence installation within 3 months of when you have been notified of that approval. And it's important to note that if you do not commence installation with those 3 months, it will be deemed that either the application has been withdrawn or cancelled. So there's need to move with speed immediately you get your approval. As indicated, the agreement is for 10 years, which can then be renewed. All right, so this is rejection. In case your application has been rejected, you have 30 days to appeal that decision with the authority. And the regulations require that the Energy Complaints and Dispute Resolutions Regulations of 2012 apply. What these regulations require is that once you file your appeal, the authority will put together a mediation team, or rather appoint a single mediator to listen to the dispute. And within 30 days, if the dispute is not resolved, then the appeal now will lie with the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. So this is the process that I have just taken you through. The application, you pay the application fees, you receive a decision. If it's an approval, you begin installation within 3 months. If it's a rejection, you go through the dispute resolution process. Just a few issues on compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. The regulations require that the licensee maintains a list of the prosumers. And the details of those prosumers will be placed. So you'll have the name of the prosumer, you'll talk about the resource type, their generating capacities, how they've been distributed in a particular area of supply, and so on. So that this information is information that the licensee has and can monitor for purposes of maintaining the integrity of the system. The other thing that you need to note is about carbon credits. With the move around the green, the GHGs, the greenhouse gas emissions, under the regulations, if there are any carbon credits that are accrue in the system, those carbon credits will remain vested in the prosumer. So the prosumer will be the owner of any carbon credits that are generated when the system is working in the net metering arrangement. And then finally, there's a requirement as well for the installation and the operation and maintenance of the system to accord with the regulations in the EMCA. That's the Environment and Management Coordination Act. Offenses and penalties, the reason why we are taking time to take you through all these regulations is so that you adhere to those regulations. But in case you do not feel like adhering, it is an offense, so you cannot connect a net metering system without a net metering agreement. You also have to work within, the net metering agreement and the conditions that have been set out in it. And also you cannot make any alterations or permanent installations without prior approval to the licensee. Again, just to maintain the integrity of the system. So breach of any of this, you will, upon conviction, be liable to a maximum fine of 1 million Kenya shillings. And then finally, if there are any complaints and disputes or appeals that arise under these regulations, the regulations require that they are referred to the authority. Again, as I had stated earlier, the authority starts off its dispute resolution process by mediation. And if mediation does not result in an agreement, then any party can now appeal to the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. And so that is what it takes to formalize a net metering agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Noreen and Dr. for taking us through the net metering regulation. Yes, thank you, Dr. and Noreen, for your presentations. We propose that we have the plenary for that particular regulation, and then thereafter we will take a break for tea, and then when we come back after break, we can take on the solar water heating regulation. So I would like to call upon Caroline Kimathi, who is going to spearhead the plenary session. So I hope you're ready with your questions and your comments. So Caroline, you may proceed.
All right. Good morning once again. Okay, so we are going to take questions on what has been presented. And I propose that we limit ourselves to net metering, what has been presented by Daktari and Noreen. When we come back after tea, you have a chance to ask your questions on solar water heating. So please, for now, let's stick to net metering. So I'll start from this side. Someone asked the microphone. So when you get the microphone, just restate your name and who you're representing, and then please ask your questions. And let us try to, so to give more people time to ask questions, please let's try also to limit our questions to, at least 2 questions.
Asante sana. Mimi kwa jina ni George Mng'ao Konji from the Civil Society, Wanjiko, sauti ya Wanjiko. Now, just to be brief, you have just told us that net metering is a new concept. I don't know whether I heard it properly. It's a new concept. Now, up on the lane, we had the feed-in tariffs, which were similar to what you have just told us. And then tukakuja tukapata token. Token is also similar to what we have just explained, but I beg to be corrected. Now, how are these 3 related? What is so great that net metering is going to make a difference from what we had previously? Feed-in tariffs And the token, which is very controversial, token imetuletea shida, madhogodhanio nyingi sana.
Thank you very much. There's someone behind you.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Joshua Tuwaima from the Civil Society, Human Rights Defender, and the President of Bunge la Mwananchi Social Movement in Kenya. Quite almost what my colleague has said. First and foremost, I would like to ask a question to Dr. Kabebere. She talked about import and export. As a result, to mathematically understood it to mean rationing, so that you come to something before you feed power to the grid. My simple question is this net metering not a fabrication of what used to be called a token? And what is the significance economically, electrically, of net metering with respect to the current situation which is taking place? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question from here? All right, there's a lady there.
All right. Thank you very much for the great insights. My concern would be...
Your name, please?
Titus Mwenda at Rock Power. Is there a reservation to increase on the individual's capacity? Currently, as we have read it, it's 10 kilowatt for the three-phase people and 4 kilowatt. Is it possible to increase it, because perhaps on this exercise you may have existing business people, existing individuals who have installed a higher capacity. Now, what does that mean for them? Will that go to waste, or can that be amended to accommodate it? Perhaps increase it. Asante.
Okay, thank you. The lady in front of you.
Angela, and my question will be on safety and how practical this clause from the regulation is. So it says to prevent a net metering customer from backfeeding a de-energized line, a net metering facility shall be visibly open, lockable, manual, and disconnect switch, which is accessible by the licensee and clearly labeled. So if we have like 100 net metering in a certain location, how practical is this in terms of safety for both the utility, probably to the linesmen working?
Okay, thank you. The gentleman at the back, I'll take two more, then we answer, then we take another round. So those two, the gentleman. Okay.
I'm Engineer John Chomba from Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. I have 3 questions. The first one is the variable charges. Now, the variable charges, would they be based on the whatever you have requested from the utility, or it will be based on the net? For instance, if you have consumed 900 and you have given out 800, so you have a net of 100. So would it be based on the 100 or on the what you requested? The second is the writing of the units at the end of the period. The question I'm asking is this: one, in the books of accounts, there is supposed to be 2 accounts. Now, when they are written off, considering that Kenya Power had recorded that unit as the generated unit, in terms of money, because that had already been bought, who will be the recipient of the written off credit? And the last one is that for the public to fully understand the impact of this net metering, it's good to do a simulated bill after the regulation has passed, so that they can be fully aware of what will happen to the bill once the regulation has passed.
Thank you so much. I think I have 5 questions. Before I take more, I think all these questions are for Dr. Kaberere, so if you can just come forward, we have the answers, then we take another round.
Thank you very much. I think now I don't need to move around in class. I see a hand up. I don't know whether you want to address.
Yeah, we'll come back for more questions. Yeah.
Okay. So the first one by Okonji. He asked, what's the difference between net metering, feed-in tariff, and the prepaid token? Let me start with the existing. Feed-in tariff is for business people who want to generate electricity using renewable energy sources. You want to get into that business, you have to go to the off-taker and you sign a feed-in tariff agreement. So it is well spelled out that this is business that you want to get into, selling power to the off-taker. Right now, the new off-taker in Kenya is Kenya Power. So to Kenya Power, you want to sell power to Kenya Power using renewable energy technologies. The scale is defined, is on a bigger scale. So here we are not talking about the consumer. You don't have to be a consumer. You can just go set up your generation plant anywhere and then you connect to the grid, but you need to have an agreement with the off-taker. The prepaid token, I hope that clarifies feed-in tariff. Okay. So the prepaid token, I hope it's prepaid token. When you talk about token, I hope I reduced it to prepaid token that I talked about. I am not, as I said, I am on postpaid. But the prepaid, you first of all, just like airtime, tuko na mobile, there used to be the scratch card. You buy your airtime and then you spend. You first of all spend the money and then you're going to get the credit, then you spend. Postpaid, I said I keep my money for the longest and that is why I'm on postpaid, both for my mobile and my electricity. I'll first of all spend and then I am sent a bill. So prepaid was introduced to help those who would like to. I think people are complaining a lot about being not receiving the bills, these, what do you say, the estimates and all that. So those who don't like that, they like to spend what they have paid for, that answers that. As to what are the issues, I do not know. As I said, I am on postpaid, so I don't quite, I'm not, I don't know what goes on with the prepaid token, but it is just a mode of payment. The tariffs and everything that goes with prepaid is the same as the postpaid. It's just the mode of payment. Are you paying before you consume or after you consume? Net metering, as I said, net metering, you are an electricity generator as well as a consumer. That's a key difference. With the feed-in tariff, you are purely a generator. With the token, you are a consumer. Net metering, we say the prerequisite is you are a consumer who is connected to the grid, first and foremost. You are connected to the grid, and then you have your own generation that uses renewable energy source. So we are saying we are coming up, not coming up, you're not the ones who are coming up. It's been there, and I said globally it's not a new concept. Here in Kenya it has not been there before. It's being introduced in Kenya. So we are saying you can bank the energy in the grid virtually. There's nothing being stored. I think I emphasized on that. There is nothing that is being stored, but we are allowing you to make use of the resource, full use of the resource, because in the absence of that, and that is why I gave the example of solar PV, the sun is out, you had nowhere to take that energy, so your neighbor or the grid, those are the consumers who are connected to the grid, will consume that, and therefore you make full use of the resource. So you are storing virtually. There's nothing like storage that is being created here. Josephat You are talking of the net metering being rationing. I'm not quite sure what that means, rationing, but relating to the token, I think I've fully explained what the token system is for, but the rationing aspect, I think I didn't quite understand what rationing was all about. Do you wish to clarify?
What do you mean? Let me start. I mean you talked about import and export. I related it with geography, I'm international trade. Now, what do you mean when you say the purpose of net metering is to find out the net power that must be fed to the grid for storage? And again, because I had also forgotten, I will allow me to include this one. Now, as far as storage of power in the grid is concerned, if there is a person like me who can generate power using solar energy, how shall I benefit? Because now, if I'm going to feed it to the Kenya Power, because they own the pylons, this appears that, as I asked the other time, Kenya Power is monopolistic. So I don't see a person who is generating solar power, how will he be benefiting? Will he not be a parasite of Kenya Power and right incumbent? Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I think, I don't know whether I erred by using the word import-export, and therefore that takes us international. Well, he's referring to international trade, so his understanding of import-export. Let me try to use different words. You are injecting power, or you're injecting energy into the grid, and then you are withdrawing, right? Yes, you are withdrawing power from the same grid. So international, whatever, does not come into play in this case. So in net metering, what we are saying is you are allowed to do both at the same time, because you have your generator, and that's why I was very categorical from the beginning. We have the standby generators. Standby only comes in when you're in trouble. Kenya Power goes off, it comes to rescue you. Don't be in darkness. Now, these resources that we are investing that use renewable energy, they are not standby. The sun is out, we are using that as the first and foremost. That's our first line of call. And then maybe if that system is not there, see the grid as your standby. Does that make sense? The grid is the standby, it becomes the standby. But your first source of energy, your first source of energy is this system that you have installed. That is why you're first of all going to use the energy that you have generated. If it is not enough, the grid is still on standby. Supply me the difference. But I'm not starting with, let me get from the grid and then my system is there, which is the opposite of what the diesel generators that we install as standby do. That they are there standing, waiting for, if the grid is not there, then they bridge that gap. I hope it is clear now. Okay. Then Titus wanted to know whether the installed capacity, the capping, can be increased. First and foremost, I said you need to view this system that you are installing, the generator or the generation system that you are installing now is high. The next moment we switch off, or that fridge or the aircon or whatever you have, the thermostat decides now it has achieved the temperature and therefore cuts off. That is our nature, the nature of the loads that we have. So to take care of that, but the sun is, comes again at its own time, right? If you're using the sun, it comes at its own time. If you're using the wind, it comes at its own time. You're not going to dictate when the sun will be out. You're not going to dictate when the cloud passes. You're not going to dictate when the wind stops blowing. So to help you balance these two, and that is why I emphasize we need to have a perfect match. You're not the ones who are creating this.
these in power systems, you need to have that perfect match between the demand and the supply. So if you are allowed to increase the capacity, then what are we saying? You become a net exporter. At the end of the year, you lose your units. And I hope, let me answer the one who asked about the forfeiture. I think there was something by John who asked whether the forfeiture period after 1 year, I don't know whether you wanted it extended or you, the accounting aspect of it. Well, I said there are two reasons. There is appearing that as a debt in the licensee's books, and two, there is the aspect of this repetitive cycle, the 12 months. You are relying on the solar, you are relying on small hydro, you are relying on the winds. The patterns change, the weather patterns are cyclic, other than special years, like this year has been a special year, right? But the predictable ones, they are very repetitive. So is our demand. So is our demand. An industry carries out its maintenance at a certain time, and the flow is, there is a festive season at a certain time. So all these is cyclic. So if we follow that 12-month cycle, then it works for everyone. It will work for you as the prosumer, it works for the licensee. So we are looking at both. The role of the regulator is to take care of both. Objectively, take care of both. So take care of the licensee, take care of the prosumer very objectively. Then the next one was by Angela. She raised a concern about safety, and I'm glad that she has looked at what already appears in the regulation, but I think her concern is how implementable is this? It has to be implemented. You are taking care of the people who are working on the grid, and that is why you need to have a system that self-isolates. The grid is not there, you cannot generate. So that has to be. And that has to be checked. I think if you read through all of them, there is that physical isolation, and then there is the other one that is guaranteed by the manufacturer, that it self-isolates and you cannot bypass that. That is supposed to take care of the safety of the people who are working on the network. Let's get back to John's questions. The first one was on the variable charges, and the net import, he was wondering how it works. You are only being billed when you have, well, you asked about that, but I want to clarify. The variable charges only apply when you have net import. When you are a net exporter, you are carrying that as a credit. You are rolling over to the next month or the next billing period as a credit. So now, when you are the month when you are a net importer, then you are billed including the variable costs. So the fixed and the variable. When you are a net exporter, you are only billed for the fixed. You want to clarify something? Yes. The mic?
My question is this. You have requested from the licensee 1,000 units. 1,000 units from the licensee. Then you have given the licensee 900. So the net is 100. I mean, sorry, you have requested 900, and you have requested 1,000, you have given the licensee 900. So there is a net from what you have requested from the licensee is 100. Now, the variable charges, will they be based on the 1,000 or the 100?
Okay.
And let me come back on the question, the question you are answering, the one on the forfeiture. I was asking, when we generate power, we sell to people. The Kenya, when Kenya Power receives generated units, it sells to other people. So in this case, the consumer has generated electricity and has given that to Kenya Power. At the end of the period, those units need to be forfeited. That is according to the regulation. The question is, since there was money accruing from this generation, where will it be taken at the end of the bidding period? Forget about the credits here, but now there is the money aspect, because it's not clear who will be the recipient of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I make a contribution to the question asked by engineer. He's talking about demanding 1,000 units from the grid and exporting 800. I want to assume that the credit is 540 in that case, because the 800 that you've sent, you can only get back 60%. So the credit that you get is 540. So for that month, after 540 units, then the remaining is paid. So the difference between 1,000 and 540 becomes your net bill, and that's what should be billed. Dr. will clarify if that is correct or not, just for the purpose of understanding for the rest of the team. On the commercial bit, I think it's also clear that there is no cash transaction. So for accounting, we don't get into the cash book. It is units that you've sent and units that you'll be able to get. So once that period ends, the units are forfeited. So nobody actually gets to benefit from any cash flow, because if there are cash flows, then that will be what will complicate that system, because then it means there will be taxes and so many other things. But there are no cash transactions to look like there's a debt that's, or money that was available somewhere that should be done. So no trade happens. So if you can't be able to use the units until 12 months, you have to start on a clean sheet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I cannot put it better. On the charges. Yeah. So now, after you import as 60%, whatever will be applicable as the net units, now you apply the normal tariffs. Whatever class of tariff you are in, now everything applies for that net import. I think it is there. It is very well explained that you are using the current tariff, the approved tariff. For whatever category of consumer you are, then you pay according to the tariff, the current tariff that would be applicable. I think the other one is a proposal to have a simulated bill so that people can understand. And I think Hannes has just simulated one here on the floor for us. I hope you followed his example, right? That's the only part that we need to understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. I think that is very well done. We take another set of questions, and then we go for tea. I'll start from the front then. Okay, I'm seeing around 5 hands already. So let's start from here.
Thank you, Caro, for this opportunity. My name is Dennis, and I'm representing Krios, an energy and water optimization company. I just wanted more clarification, especially on the agreement periods. Number one was, if I have to enter into a net metering agreement for 10 years, why should I forfeit my credit after the first year and every other year that I have credit generation from my end? And number two, the same period and how I'm being compensated for my generation. Doesn't that mean that I'll be reporting less if I'm going to be claiming carbon credits, considering that if I'm exporting 10 units and I'm being only compensated for 6 units, doesn't that mean I'm going to be shortchanged on my credits from the 4 units that have been generated? That's on the agreement side of it. And then on the technical aspect, I wanted to know, if I'm a prosumer, should I strive always to generate, or rather to have a net zero between export and import so that I can fully benefit from the net metering scenario? And since this net metering scenario actually depends on me being connected to the grid, does that mean if there is a blackout, I am also in a blackout and I have my renewable energy generation unit installed? Thank you.
Thank you. There's the lady.
I am Sophie Ogalo. I have 3 questions. I'm representing ICOPower. So my first question is, there are some facilities that you have issues with the demand management. So you find that in a month, someone is recording maybe 178 kilowatt as the demand. But then when you look at the load factor at the end of the month, it's at 20%. So what I think this means is that this facility might end up oversizing their solar. So they might end up always having to carry forward their credits. Then there'll be net importers for maybe even the whole year. So my concern is, I think the 12-month period is actually long. It is actually long, and for such kind of a facility, they might be taking advantage of that situation.
What period do you suggest?
Sorry?
What period do you suggest?
2 months.
Okay.
Here I am with the licensee. The second question, you find that there are some facilities that are actually very big, like the flower farms. They have like 4 different accounts, CI1 customers, 4 different accounts, let's say 400 kilowatts each, the demand. That totals to around 1,200. The whole facility will be demanding 1,200. No, that's 1,600 if there are 4 by 400. Then the current total demand that is supposed to be generated is at 1,000 kilowatts. In this case, how is the licensee going to treat this particular client that has 4 different accounts? The last question is about those that already have solar PV installed. Would they be eligible for the net metering if they do an application? Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the microphone.
Okay. My name is Matthew Kimaro, electrical engineer and based in Kiambu. My question is, let us go back to the postpaid if they are available. We cannot go to the things they cannot be reliable in our premises, and then we are going back to use the commercial theft.
Okay, thank you. There's someone at the back there. I have 4 hands. We take those ones first.
My name is Cyrus Khalusi. I represent Hama Engineering Solutions. Thank you for the presentations that have been given. I have a question. Maybe it be clarified to me, especially in the second presentation by Doreen. The installer, who is going to do the net meter, how is he going to be held to account? I can see the prosumer, I can see the licensee, but how is this installer going to be held to account that he does a proper job and that the meter will work finally? Thank you.
Thank you. The 3 there.
Gabriel from Stranica Systems. Now, when a net metering system is changing hands, why does the licensee need to give consent for the transfer of credits from the old to the new owner? Isn't it conceivable that the licensee may refuse, because this will be an opportunity for them to drop an obligation which would otherwise be a financial obligation? Yet these credits do not belong to them. Why do they need to make a decision on them? Second question. You have told us, perhaps a clarification, that the net metering system will be capped at a maximum demand. Yet during sizing of solar systems, more often than not, a solar system will be sized at much more than maximum demand, so as to cater for the periods when perhaps the sun is not shining. So if you could clarify, because capping at maximum load demand of a client might mean that you undersize a solar system. So a clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's do the back there. Chacha, there are people at the back there. Okay, we finish and then you go to the back, please.
Okay, my name is Joseph. I want to know how prepared is the licensee on matters finance to pilot this project?
All right, thank you. At the back there.
Yes, my name is Flora Kacha, representing Kazi Mtaani. Yes, hapa Mtaani, I fail to understand why net metering prosumer should not be compensated in the area whereby there is no generator in Mtaa, as in the power goes off and you have some commodities in the fridge that have been spoiled for 2 to 3 days, this power off. How would the consumer be compensated where there's no generator? Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Let's keep our question short, please.
I'm Crispin Omondi. I'm just concerned because there are a lot of qualified technicians outside here, but they are not licensed. So I'm just asking, what is EPRA doing to encourage most technicians to apply and get these licenses?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kelvin Kipngetich from Laser Infrastructure and Technology Solutions. Mine is a suggestion, more than a question. We have talked about the bidirectional meters for net metering. My suggestion is currently we should look at that it should be a smart meter. That is, technologies has advanced, and these meters should be able to have a monitoring portal for transparency, and hence gaining confidence, and also ensuring that there is efficient use of energy by the ability of both the licensee and the consumer to real-time monitor their energy and consumption and production. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. That's a suggestion we have received from other regions, so we thank you for it, and it will be taken into account before the regulations are finalized. So I'll take this one, then one there, then we answer those ones, then we come again for the last set.
I'm Joseph Kateti. I'm asking whether the intention of introducing net metering was to eliminate occurrence blackout. There I understand that if you legalize or you license net metering, there are so many people producing power. And if the main supply goes off, at least your neighbor will get what you are producing.
Thank you. Yeah,
David Lumatete, I'm with Central Electricals. I have a handful of gray areas that I noticed on the draft that I would like the authority to address. The first is the feasibility studies. I would like the authority, or rather the draft, to specifically state who exactly does the feasibility study, specifically for PV installations. We already have licensed installers, and my recommendation is then the licensed installers should be then the ones authorized to do the feasibility studies, and that should be well captured in the draft. Second is confirmation of receipt of application by the licensee. That is a gray area because then it does not specify whether the licensee will actually confirm receipt and what timelines it takes for them to confirm receipt. I can apply today and the licensee can wait for 2 months, and that of course is taking time. and they can only process after they confirm receipt. We need that confirmed. Then the drafter should also highlight the reasons for rejection of an application. That should be well captured. We should actually state these specific reasons will be those reasons as to why we reject the applications. Then I want the draft to highlight when I'm a prosumer and I am in a rented space, and most commercial prosumers will be in rented spaces. When I am relocating from, say, Kikuyu to Kajiado, and I want to relocate with my system, specifically PV installations, they can be relocated. Then the draft should also highlight how to address the issues with relocation. And in page number 7, there is on paragraph 8, it says that the notification to modify stroke replace the system should be issued to the licensee. Sometimes some of these modifications can be as simple as replacing a solar panel, and that, in my opinion, does not necessarily need a notification to the licensee. We could at least be a little bit clear in that regard. Thank you.
All right, that's the last one I'm taking for this round.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kennedy Omtanyi from Africa Mini Grid Developers Association. I have a few questions. One, I want to thank Dr. Karen for clarifying today that it is not only for those who have installed electricity for their own consumption, but it is even for commercial. So maybe if you could just confirm that mini grids are also eligible to the net metering. And 2, I might not understand the limit, the load limits, because we expected that such a system should be intelligent, so that it can take in demand and also import and also export. Is it possible to make it that way, that it is intelligent and you don't have to cap the loading? Number 3, on the credits, while we understand the 60% credit, which is a little bit on the lower side, we would propose around 70 to 80%. And also the forfeiture, we would propose that it is based on the agreement period, the 10 years, or maybe the 5-year period, because frankly, Kenya Power or the licensee will be selling these credits. And if, let's say, you have extra within one month, I think it is punitive. So it is better that that period is looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give some responses, and I will ask the people responding to keep it very short. So first of all, I call Engineer Bukachi. He will deal with the issues touching on prosumers. Noreen, you will touch on the issue of the agreement that was asked. I think there were 2 issues on that. And then the remaining ones, I think, are for Dr. Kaberere. She'll answer that. And Nixon, while you're here, also respond to some of the online questions that we have. I don't know whether you want to respond from there or you come here.
So I think thank you for the good questions and I think some good suggestions. We'll start with the online questions. I'm trying to go up. So the first online question is a suggestion of the increment of the exported unit from 60% to 85%, which is considered as an international best practice, and countries such as Zimbabwe have applied this. This is a difficult one and also an easy one. For one reason, every country, as Dr. Kaberere did highlight, has different objectives for net metering. So that should be at the back of our mind. In Kenya, we have different frameworks for acquiring energy. If KPLC, who is the main distribution licensee, wanted to get energy today, you can get that through feed-in tariff. Recently, the cabinet did release a communique on the option for auctions. So in this case, our main objective is not to acquire energy through the net metering framework. In those jurisdictions that I think you are giving examples, countries like India, they are trying to improve on their carbon footprint. So basically, they want more people to generate electricity using renewable energy sources and be able to feed into the grid. But then for our case, the situation is different. 85 or more than 80% of our generation mix comes from renewable energy sources. So that's not one of our objectives. So that should be very clear. And the reason why we arrived at 60% or even lower is because we did the simulation of the cost, the levelized cost of doing a solar PV plant in Kenya, and the cost was coming to between 8 shillings or 8 USD cents to 12 USD cents. And we applied a rate of return, a reasonable rate of return, and we did the ratio to the cost of electricity coming from the distribution licensee. That gave us 60%. So it means we took into account the prosumer who is installing infrastructure to be able to generate electricity. So we don't want you to make a kill from the utility. We want you to bank your energy and be able to use it later. So that should be clearly, very clear in our mind. And then the period of 10 years, and you're required to forfeit. Some people are saying 1 year. So following to that explanation, what we are saying is, once you generate your electricity and you bank it on the grid, we expect you to use that electricity within the 1 year period. If you don't use it within the 1 year period, it means it becomes a liability to the distribution licensee. And that was not our intention. So as much as there are those arguments, they have been able to sell electricity, it will be the obligation of the prosumer to size their system in a way that as little as possible electricity rolls over, or credits rolls over to the next subsequent year. So I think that should be also very clear. The maximum period is 10 years. You can sign for a shorter period. And I think you are the one who asked whether you are moving from Kariobangi, you want to go to pipeline, and you want to move with your system. It's on-site. If you read the regulation, we are talking about on-site generation of up to 1 megawatt. So when you move to another place, maybe the feeder there might not be able to accommodate a solar PV plant. So we cannot make an assumption that once you move, the feeder there allows you to feed to the grid. So basically, there are studies that have to be done to establish that that is possible, because we don't want to compromise on the integrity of the grid because we are allowing people to do self-generation. We want to make sure that as much as we are generating electricity to bank on the grid, the other users are also able to use the services of the grid without a disruption. So that's why we require you to do that feasibility study. So I think I'm also trying to answer the other questions so that I reduce the burden on Daktari. What happens to the system that have already been constructed? So you will apply. Once the regulations come into place, you will apply if you meet the conditions. So basically, if your system is not more than your peak, your maximum demand, and then it's not more than 1 megawatt, you'll be able to apply for the net metering arrangement like the other players. Who will bear the cost? of the fixed charges for grid maintenance. I think we have already highlighted that. We are saying part of the reasons why we are not giving you a unit to a unit is to make sure that we also have something for the distribution licensee to be able to sustain the grid. So basically, that should be straightforward. The other question was who will bear the cost of, a suggestion that the requirement of a feasibility study as part of the net metering application should be repealed for systems less than 1 megawatt. The net metering framework is for systems up to 1 megawatt. So we are not talking about people doing above 1 megawatt. Where we have exempted the feasibility study is for people with 4 kVA and 10 kVA. If you are connecting to the grid, to a feeder, and you are doing an 800 kilowatts, and there are many other users on that feeder doing 800 kilowatts, the net impact on the grid has to be assessed. And that's why we are doing the feasibility study. So we have to protect the network. So that's why we are requiring you to do the feasibility study. And then this is to answer someone who was asking who will be doing the feasibility study. I think there are laws in this country that define who is to do the net metering study. We license installers. I know there are registered engineers who are supposed to do those studies. So basically, if you are doing a grid connectivity study, they should be done by a registered or qualified electrical engineer for that matter, because that's what the Engineers Act of 2011 prescribes. So basically, the installer, his work is to install. And I think that's why in the new solar photovoltaic regulations, we call them workers. They should be working on the infrastructure. I know some people don't like that term. Section 10.8 refers to the schedule that does not exist. That's correct, and I think Andy is here. He will be able to clarify on the question before we answer. I picked it from online. For residential, if I install a 8 kilowatt plant, will net metering only apply to 4 kilowatts of that, or do I qualify for not qualify for net metering? For a residential household, if you are single phase, it's 4 kilowatts. If you install more than that, you don't qualify. If you are 3 phase, it's 10 kVA. If you install more than that, you don't qualify. So that we don't have many cosmetic iterations of the applications. There are other counties in this country that are not connected to the national grid, but they are connected to off-grid mini-grids that this net metering also apply. I think Wamutanya said they are ready to do net metering for off-grid systems. I'm not sure if they are ready to do with their customers or they are ready to do with the utility, the distribution licensee. Maybe when we go for the next round of questions, we'll be able to clarify that. But basically, what we are foreseeing mostly are for the grid-connected customers. But then if a mini-grid developer, because I know there are limitations in terms of design requirements and how they're able to manage the variations, are able to accommodate that, then that will be acceptable. What is the quota between residential, commercial, and industrial installations for the 100 megawatts is for the total capacity. So we haven't distributed. We will be applying. As they apply, we accumulate up to a maximum capacity of 100 megawatts.
Sorry to interrupt. For our Muslim brothers, if you'd like to go for brothers and sisters, if you'd like to go for prayers, the hotel has set aside a room called Becca. You can inquire from the hotel staff where it is, and then you can go for your prayers. Thank you.
Then the question on the agreement and the agreement being transferable, the agreement is specific between Bukachi Limited and KPLC. So if I'm moving out, it's only right that KPLC knows it's not Bukachi Limited, it is Kengen Limited, for example, that is now occupying that facility. You are signing the agreement. An agreement is between the two parties. It's not between you and subsequent owners. It's between you and the distribution licensee. So basically, once that agreement is signed and you want to relocate, it's only fair that the person whom you are signing the agreement with is aware and approves to that. Modifications to the system, maybe we could define the scale. I think that's a valid a valid comment. So we'll welcome Dr. Karen to answer the rest. But as she comes, let it be clear in our minds, we are not doing the distribution licensee any favor. Tumekubaliana hiyo? As prosumers, are we? Have they said they don't have capacity to supply their customers? They haven't. What we are doing is they are giving you capability to be able to store your excess energy. I think that answers 90% of the questions on the prosumer. Pardon? It's not monopoly. Maybe to clarify, in Kenya we have more than 10 distribution licensees. It's not KPLC only. Pardon? Yeah, because they know of KPLC only. But if you go to our website, we have licensed many distribution licensees. For example, we know Tatu City. Do we know Tatu City? Those are distribution licensees that we have. They buy in bulk, they install on site, they distribute to their customers. How many people visited Two Rivers? Yes, that's a distribution licensee. Wamutani is from Association of Mini-Grid Developers. We have more than 15 mini-grid developers in the country who are currently operating. What we are doing is we are giving you capability to utilize your system better. Because what is happening now, and I know there are few developers of those systems in the house, you design your system, but you make sure it doesn't feed to the grid. Because you are not allowed to feed to the grid. So the net metering framework is allowing the person with on-site generation to store the excess on the grid and utilize later. So that's what should be clear. And this will, instead of us derating our power plants and wasting generation, we are able to use that energy that is excess later in the day when we don't have the sun, for example. So I think Daktari says we pronounce ourselves on multiple accounts. From the regulations, it's on-site generation. On-site generation. So basically, if you have multiple accounts and you're the same person, they'll be considered as one account. I hope that is clear. So if I know for flower farms, you have one pumping station up there, another pumping station down the river, all those ones will be combined into one. So if you do a 1 megawatt that is not meeting, is not above your maximum demand, it will be admissible. But then we will not consider the separate accounts separately. Because I know if we do that, the next question would be if I'm in an apartment, for example, can I put my own system only and do net metering? Because my account is different. So we have to make it as simple as possible and easy to implement.
Okay, thank you very much, Nixon. I think he has answered most of the questions. So I'm just filling in a few. Carbon credits. There was something on carbon credits compensation and whether you are not losing. If you read the regulations, you are not transferring the carbon credits to the licensee. The regulations are very clear that the carbon credits belong to the prosumer. So the 40% or whatever credits that you get, there is nothing that is being lost there. That was by Dennis, and he has really understood. Dennis, well done. You said, or rather you stated, the net zero is the best condition, if I were to rephrase it. That you got right. However, we appreciate that you cannot be at zero all the time. Remember, we are looking at 12 months, cyclic. So it is not possible that month on month, from January to December, you are net zero. Some months you'll be a net importer, some months you'll be a net exporter, but if at the end of the 12 months you are at net zero, that is the best for you. I think what we are calling for here is whoever the system designers are, you have to be careful. You're being called upon to be precise. I keep saying even in energy efficiency, in the earlier years, the engineers was allowed to put a safety margin, a very huge safety margin, and that results in energy wastage. Now you're being asked to know better what you're doing. In your sizing, please advise your customers that if you put a very big system, then you're going to lose your credits. If it is too small, then you're not taking advantage of these virtual storage to the maximum. So we are calling upon the designers to do a better job so that they can come up with as near net zero as possible. Sophia, she was talking about, no, that has been addressed, sorry. That was multiple accounts. That's already, I should have ticked that. But Matthew was talking about postpaid, prepaid meters. With relation to net metering, or the other issue about prepaid. Prepaid is not admissible for net metering. So what we are saying is, if you have to get into net metering, it ought to be a postpaid and bi-directional. So someone proposed that we have smart meters for this, and that is the direction. Globally, if you have a bi-directional meter, the trend is that it would be a smart meter. So Matthew, we are not talking about prepaid here. Postpaid is the emphasis that you cannot have a prepaid for net metering. Cyrus, you talked about the accountability of the installers. How are they held accountable? I think Nixon has alluded to, like in solar PV, we have the solar PV regulations. So that holds into account the installers. I'm not sure the maximum demand capping, I think that has been addressed. That was asked by Gabriel. Gabriel, you are happy with the response? The maximum demand capping, I think that has been addressed. There was a question, I think I missed the name. Someone who talked about compensation. If you have a blackout and your food goes bad in the fridge, who compensates you for that? Well, that has nothing to do with net metering for now, but we can assure you there's a regulation that's coming in for quality of supply. It's very good that we travel and we look at other countries and we come back and we say, there's never a blackout where we've been. We've been there a month, a year, whatever, there's never been a blackout. You must compare yourself with where you are and what you are willing to pay for. I don't know how many of us know about the 2003 US blackout, US, Canada, Eastern US blackout. Some parts took about 2 weeks. 2 weeks for supply to be restored. The other day last year, there was the Texas. You remember the Texas? How long did it take? Some parts took a while, isn't it? Right? So blackouts, you can minimize the frequency of the blackouts. But this system that we are protecting, you people who will come as prosumers, you may introduce all those instabilities and take it down. I was basically a consumer, and I'm happy to be a consumer. You're bringing those blackouts to me. That is what we are safeguarding. That whatever we get into, we must not compromise the integrity of the network. And that's very important for all of us. So you can't eliminate, you cannot totally eliminate blackouts, but you can minimize. What does it take? A lot of redundancy. Are we willing to pay for that? Are we willing? The other day we had the public participation for tariff review. And that is why I'm saying Kenya Power only appears as the devil, but what it would take is reinforcement of the system, a lot of redundancy in the system. What does that mean? We pay more. Are we there yet? I believe we are not. For as long as we are opposing the increase, we are not there yet. We might not be there, but we shall get there. So the person who is concerned about the quality of supply, there are regulations that are coming to address that. So that it's not necessarily related with net metering, but it's coming for us as a country. And I think that goes with Joseph Kateti's question about net metering, blackout elimination, the motivation and all that. David, I think you've been answered on who does the feasibility study. And I think Noreen will talk about the confirmation of receipts and the reasons for rejection. And And I think that's it on the technical issues. Thank you.
All right, I'll just address some of the issues that were raised. There was a question on carbon credits that I think Daktari had already talked about, but the carbon credits accrue on generation, not when you're importing or exporting. So you will still have your carbon credits as a prosumer. And then there was a question about who's to be held to account. I think Bukachi has answered that, and why there's need for consent by the licensee when the agreement is changing hands. I think it was answered that the agreement is already between two parties. So if one party is changing, it's necessary to have consent of the licensee so that the licensee is aware of the new party. Then the question about the licensee confirming receipt of the application. Time starts running from when the application has been delivered to the licensee's offices. So that is why we haven't made it very clear that the licensee has to confirm receipt. So provided the application has been taken to their offices, time begins to run, the 60-day period from when they're supposed to notify you of an approval or rejection. And then reasons for rejection, also those are, I think it was David as well, who would like that the reasons for rejection are also in the regulations. The reasons for rejections will not be in the regulations, but they'll be in the document that will notify you of the rejection. Because it's difficult to outline all the reasons for rejection that the licensee might raise. So for that reasons, those reasons will be in the rejection notification as opposed to the regulations. And then I've received a question about force majeure. And I think it's a legitimate question. I think we will look into whether force majeure clauses will be necessary for the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I believe this regulation has generated a lot of interest. I can see 4 hands already, 5 yearning to speak. But it's now 12. It's now 12. It's 12:20, and we still have tea served for us, and we are advised by the hotel that we need to take that tea so that they can be able to prepare on other meals in good time. So I propose that we take the tea and come back at 12:40. Come back at 12:40. And then thereafter we'll give plenary some 20 more minutes. Then we shall close and move on to the next regulation. So we can take our tea and come back at 12:40, 20 minutes. Thank you. So the tea is served in various stations. I believe there are 3. So let's not crowd this station that is near our venue. We can move past this station. There are 2 more stations, after the station that is right outside. There are 2 more stations, so you can move so that we don't crowd. Thank you.
Thank you for this chance. I have a concern. As I understand from the net metering, we'll be using the PV inverters. So for the PV inverters, when they are being connected, they need synchronization so that they're able to work. Does it mean when we do not have power, everything will be off? And mostly in Kenya, we have challenges of blackouts. Yeah, number two, it's a concern on importation, because I'm in importation industry. The PV inverters are generally expensive. And as per our understanding, the tax will be introduced to the inverters. Currently, they're not vatable. They'll be introduced to the inverters. How will we safeguard the importers and also the consumers from the high cost? Because if the tax are added to the PV inverter, the cost will go too much high. The other question is, we should have a PV design kit for the solar. Will we have a special PV design kit for both net metering and the PV? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Waita from University of Nairobi Solar Academy, and most of my concerns have been raised by the previous speakers, and mine is just a simple one. Now that we are going net metering and the envelope has increased, is the government planning maybe to give some form of incentives in terms of maybe removing the tax on the net meters or something like that? Because I see a lot of opportunity in this. In fact, me, I'll start as wait. The second one is, can I install and wait for them to regularize the... Oh, it's not. All right, good, thank you, thank you. Where do I need to begin? All right. So can I now immediately apply or wait for this to be ratified? That now is approved. That is what I need, or we can install and wait for the approval. Then we give to Kenya Power free. Is it possible? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's someone just next to you.
Yes, my name is Engineer Mangerere from EMS Consultants, Energy Consultant, and also Consulting Engineer. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank the team that prepared this document. This is a document that we have been waiting for a long time, and I just want to say kudos. Number two, I was wondering if it is possible to allow those organizations that have generators with a capacity of more than 1 megawatt to be able to also send power, but limit them to 1 megawatt, because they may have a capacity which is higher, but if you limit them to export up to 1 megawatt, then they will also benefit from this process. So that's my question for now.
All right, thank you. Before the next person, we give Engineer Ndereva a chance. Just go ahead.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I think we normally do these comments as it takes us about 2 do we do public hearing, public participation, or is it validation workshop? And of course, you can remember we had done validation for this. I think it was in Sarova, Pan-Africa last time. Now, and what is expected from the the participants? Is it questions or is it comments? Because sometimes we invite public comments. So I think it's not really a question, but I am sure the organizers are likely to answer that. So that we don't end up asking questions, get answered, and then we adopt the document the way it is. I'm sure we are called upon to try and also give your comments so that it can improve, so that it can also be adopted. But as we also say that, we need to be promised that what is the outcome of the public participation? What is the percentage of the reorganization of whatever draft that was done, and to what level, so that we can see that really the public had some input that it did. To agree where are we. Then there is another one called informing and consultation, which is level 2. We only have 5 levels, so after I read those ones, I will leave. Then there is which is called informing and consultation, which progress to levels tokenism. That is to allow or have-nots, to allow the have-nots to hear and to have a voice. Citizens are given a chance to give input on the understanding that is not binding on the decision makers. Yeah? They are also given information on what the decision makers intends to do. So that is the second level. Then the third one is the plusation. This is considered the higher level of tokenism. Here, the participants have room to advise on issues, but no power to decide. This is essentially designed to make a participant happy that they have been heard with no intentions of those in power being bowed by their input. The fourth one, which is the second last, is partnership. This enables the citizens to negotiate and engage in trade-offs with the power holders, and this level, the public has real influence on the decision-making process. The last one is there is the citizen control. These levels, these 2 levels allows the have-not citizens to be in charge of their affairs. Now, when we are here, you can be able to place yourself and ensure that this is where we are. But I just wanted to point out one level, one comment that is off. I had on my point number 13 of the comments that we are going to forward, is that we had said that we are going to put, we are not going to put net metering on those people with prepaid meters. Now, I was asking Kenya Power, their main drive is to put prepaid meters. Then we are here saying, and of course those people are the lower, those who you would consider that are less than 1,000 kilowatt or 1 megawatt. Now, if you have talked of the 30 tokens with 30 units, 40 units, 50, those are all prepaid. Yet they are the ones you are encouraging to put net metering. Are you not going against what Kenya Power is trying to do? Is Kenya Power going to contradict? Are you going to tell them now, any meter you bring, it should be bi-directional so that it can allow net metering? So otherwise, I think there is some contradiction, because when we were in a meeting with Kenya Power MD, said there are so many meters coming, but I am sure those are not net metering meters. So what will happen? Thank you very much for this platform.
Thank you, Engineer. I think we try to wrap up because of time. We still have one regulation to go, so I will take his question then. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. My name is Bernard Osawa, representing Basque Engineering Company. I would like to imagine a situation where the prosumer is the only person connected to the secondary distribution transformer. So when he's now exporting, does it mean he's going to reverse feed the transformer, because that's the only way he'll be able to find the next consumer? So are we going to reverse feed the transformer, or what happens in that case where he's the only person connected to the secondary distribution transformer? So does he have to reverse feed then back to the primary distribution network? Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the microphone.
Gabriel from Stranica Systems. This is not a new question. I had asked it previously, but I don't think I got a response, so I'll try and rephrase. By way of an example, suppose I have a net metering system, and I am owed 1 million shillings worth of credits by the licensee. What happens when I want to transfer this net metering system to a new owner? You have said that at that point in time, the licensee must consent for these credits to be transferred to the new owner. Under what conditions can they say no? Under what conditions must they say yes? Because it appears to me that they have incentive for saying no to the transfer of these credits because it will release them from an obligation of paying me 1 million shillings or paying the new owner 1 million shillings worth of credits.
Thank you, Gabriel. Andrew? Oh, yeah. There.
My name is Oyaya Wellington. I have some gray areas that I will seek for clarification. One is on the quality of power. When we are doing the net metering, we are aware that the solar inverters, we have different types. How do we ensure that we avoid the harmonics? Because we have the pure sine wave, we have the modified, and the square wave. Or the distribution network, can it pick any type of output from the inverters we use for that aspect? Two, which has already been asked about the elimination of the storage in terms of when we are using the solar as our main source for net metering. We have people who cannot go without power, and with the common blackouts that we experience, somebody doing chicken farming and is doing the incubation for the chicks. When you lose that power, it's at night, there's a blackout, and the solar cannot generate. How do we take care of that? Again, on the same, you find that when you apply for power from KPLC, they take quite a long time before you are supplied with power. And due to desperation of need of that power, you might decide to put up your own source using the solar. And then by the time they are connecting you with the power, you already have your own, because you had already paid for it, so you can't stop them from supplying you. How will you take care of that? Because you're saying you have to be on check for a whole 1 year. But this is a situation where you already have your solar plant, a solar power plant that you've been using. How will we handle that, or will block them from the system? And then finally is the impacts and issues of, I don't know whether I'll be so ambitious to call this distributed generation. They come with their own, we know the challenges that are in distributed generations in terms of protection and all that, the harmonics, a lot of protection issues. Do we have, can we cluster it under that, or how do we deal with such challenges in case we encounter them when we are doing the implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take Andrew, then this gentleman here, and then we can close because you have another regulation to go to. Andrew?
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Amadi, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Renewable Energy Association. I have two questions, or one is rather a point of clarification, that in the regulation section 10, part 8, it talks about a schedule, but the schedule is not included. And this is important because that schedule refers to how the taxation will be applied. And the proposal is that it needs to be explicit, and we need to have it's stated that it will be done within the standard procedures of the authority, and also that the value-added tax and other levies that will be charged will be prescribed within the written laws in relation to taxation, so that there's no ambiguity about how taxes will be applied afterwards. The second point refers to Section 9, Part 5, which is on page 7, and it says that the cost will be borne by the prosumer, but the asset is owned by the licensee. For me, this presents a very serious problem in accounting. How is it that I pay, then the asset is transferred to the licensee? And from experience, the licensee, when you look at it from the procurement perspective, they usually buy at 3 times the market value. So that cost is borne by the prosumer and could be negative for having even a business case if that cost is inflated, as is wont to be. So the proposal is that the value of the assets required for connection should be credited to the prosumer and redeemed as electricity. And then this will result in getting the value to be what is the real market value of the costs needed to connect when there is a penalty on the sale of electricity. I think that is the proposal, and those are my submissions. We have been working in this journey for many years, so there's no other comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll take this gentleman. He's been waiting for quite a while. Chacha, the guy in front of you. Then just this last one, so that we move to this one, that one. Then we move to solar water heating, kindly, because of time.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Felix Omondi from Besk Engineering. Well, I wanted to ask, is it possible, or would it be possible, to claim your credits on a different premise? For instance, this small commercial customer who has different premises with the system, can you claim your bank resource from a different premise? Or I'm giving this example, like for instance, I've got this premise where they do not have a place to install the solar system. They're about like a kilometer away. So can they install it in a place, and the power fed to the grid, so that they can claim the 60% fed to the grid.
Okay, thank you. There was somebody here. I said this one. There's a
my name is Ramjus Miai. I'm a businessman dealing in solar energy equipment installation and system designs. In looking at this whole bill, I've looked at a few things that I think were not looked into. Basically, EPRA sat down and said we're introducing net metering without looking at, or you've not given us the basis for making this decision. For one, renewable energy is still an industry in Kenya that is peaking. And Kenya is a growing business country. So, to my fellow businessmen who are here, the bill as it's presented has completely locked them out. Why am I saying this? Why would it be necessary or possible for an independent power producer to sell, generate and sell to the licensee or whoever is distributing power? They are paid cash. While a prosumer generates and can only take back, but not get cash out of it. I'm looking at the reason this thing is designed in a way that, net metering is designed in a way that you cannot get cash out of it. That is my question.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Allow us to finish this plenary here. We go to solar water heating. Once we are done with solar water heating, we'll allocate a few more minutes for any questions that have not been answered here, so that then we don't lose it. So I'll invite Dr. Kaberere to answer these questions, but Engineer Bukachi will respond on the question of the people already with installed systems. How do they go about it? And also respond to the last question from Regis, what's the basis and how the businessmen feel locked out. Daktari will do most of the responses. So Nixon, after your responses, you go straight to the next presentation.
Thank you very much. I think this time I come first before Nixon. So Nixon, whatever I leave out, you handle. Starting with Agnes, you are very right. In case of a blackout, this system disconnects. Why? We do not want to feed power to the grid when the system is out, because safety is key. With electrical power anywhere, safety is key, and therefore that is why this system must disconnect when there is no power in the grid. You talked about the inverter and the cost and the taxes and all that. I think I explained why we need the inverter. These two systems, you cannot work a DC and an AC. So you need to harmonize, and therefore that is why you need the inverter. As to the costs, I'm not very sure whether that is not included in the solar PV, whatever is not taxable. I'm not sure, so Nixon will handle that, will clarify that. The PV design kit, whether it is applicable, Nixon will also handle that. He's more in solar PV than I am. Whiter talked about the incentive for net metering. I think Nixon put it very clearly. Here you are not being enticed to get onto net metering. No. It is serving you first and foremost. And in fact, right now, without net metering, we have a lot of consumers who have installed the solar PV systems, who have small hydros. I think those two technologies I know. I also know of a biomass plant with no net metering, out of your own needs, that you determine. Of course, you'll do a feasibility study, you look at what is the cost, and therefore you arrive at the decision. I think self-generation makes sense. So the motivation is not net metering. And that is why I said, as Karen, I don't think the coming of net metering will motivate me as a domestic consumer that now I'll start putting up solar PV. No, you need to do the math. Does it work for you? So this is not supposed to be motivation, that because there is net metering coming, you're going to install this system. White also asked about whether you can install and wait for net metering regulations to pass. I think the qualification for you to enter into net metering, even the existing ones, they will not be shut out. So continue with life as you have it, but you need to note the Energy Act stipulates that the maximum capacity allowed is 1 megawatt, which is 1,000 kilowatts. So going by the Act, we must harmonize between the Act and the regulation that we have. I think I leave the Mangerere one to Nixon, whether if you installed more than 1,000, whether you qualify. I think that's partly answered by the, and then you are capping it at 1,000. I think Nixon will shed some light on that. Dereva on the bi-directional, I think all the others was education even for me, as to whether you are hearing, validating, or participating. And I think it was made very clear that all of us should participate, right? What normally happens after this is we weigh all this. And that is why I started by saying, I don't work for the regulator, by the way. I told you that I am an energy consultant, so even me, I am not part of the regulator. But the regulator is usually in a very difficult situation. You're looking at the interest of the licensee and the interest of the prosumer. You must protect both, and objectively so. Remember, we are all talking about solar PV. What happens in the evening? The sun is not there. We still need the licensee to supply us. So if we make regulations that will make them go under or suffer, we are the same people who will suffer. So that's why it's very important that we take into consideration the views of both and come up with the most objective. For now, it may not be the best, and that is why we said we'll improve. That's why we are giving ourselves the 3 years. It may not be the best, but you must start somewhere. If you don't start, then you'll never know what works for you. So that's why it's very important. Start with something, learn from your mistakes, learn from other jurisdictions. That's why I said there were studies that were done of other jurisdictions, so learn from them, the best practices, where their failures were, and then improve on that. Bidirectional, I think you can't work with anything else. You can't have 2 meters. It will be very cumbersome if you don't have a bidirectional meter that is supposed to take the reading of both. Bernard, you asked about if you have your transformer. Yes, with net metering, you have to have reverse power flow. That is just from your premises to the feeder. The studies that were done and why you need a feasibility study is to look at, suppose multiple consumers or prosumers in this case install their generation. Can you have backflow of power all the way to the substation, not just the feeder, the transformer, backflow of power all the way to the main substation. So that is why it is necessary to do the studies. And these studies is not just on the consumer premises. It is the feeder that is supplying us. What does it take? Protection system. What will it take? Can it hold when you have these people feeding in? And we even took scenarios, you are dealing with an industrial feeder, and it is on a Sunday, the sun is out, and therefore you are back feeding. So that you rightly captured that there shall be some reverse power flow. So the technical issues that go with that reverse power flow is what needs to be addressed. Gabriel, you're still talking about credits, but in this case, you're talking about transfer. You monetized that, and you talked about the worth of this and why the licensee may not grant the transfer. I don't think, if you're not changing this system, and whoever you are transferring to, the new owner agrees to the terms, because the important thing why you need to bring them on board, they might come and then they start saying, no, I was never party to that. And therefore, what we are transferring, you had already agreed to the terms of the net metering. So this new owner, shall they agree to those terms? That's the most important. And that's why you need to bring on board the licensee so that they are also agreeable to those terms that you signed up for. Oyawa, you asked, I'm not sure whether I got the name right, but your concern was on the quality of power that you are feeding to the network, the harmonics and all. That does not start with net metering. Whether you are feeding to the network or not, harmonics flow. In fact, we have a lot of power quality issues. You feed back harmonics to the grid. So that is not anything new. In terms of harmonics being fed back, it has nothing to do with net metering by virtue of the fact that now you're supplying power back to the grid, but harmonics flow back into the grid even when you're just a consumer. But I think we are stipulating the requirements, the quality requirements of these generation system that you need to connect to the network. And remember, there are also the grid kit, the distribution grid code also spells out what you need to have in this network. The other question was on essential loads. Essential loads, like the example he gave of a hatchery, that there is a blackout and now you're disconnecting these, and I think his example went as far as saying it is at night. It is at night, you had your solar system, so you are going to install that generator anyway, because we started by saying those people who will have installed the solar PV are installing it as the main supply. Then the licensee supply becomes the backup. If you have a hatchery and what you have installed is simply a solar PV system, you know there will be no power at night, and therefore you still need your diesel generator. So nothing really has changed. If you have a blackout at night, then the same way you'd have dealt with it if you are relying on the licensee is the same way you'd handle that. So by virtue of the fact that you'll be disconnected if there's a blackout, does not impact your way of dealing with supplying the essential loads. He also touched on the 12 months requirement before qualifying for net metering. That means new installations. it's always good to learn. You have your new installation, you can only hypothesize, you can only model how is it going to work. I'm anticipating, because of the equipment that I have, my maximum or my energy consumption is going to be like this, like that. So how then do you come into an arrangement with an existing system when even you do not know how your operations will be? So operate for that 1 month. And then after 12 months, not 1 month, sorry. For the 12 months, and then after that, you can apply for the net metering when you know what your load curve is like and what your generation is. In fact, not the generation, what your load curve is like. You asked whether this is distributed generation. Distributed generation simply means you have generation in the distribution system. So yes, this is distributed generation. You're consuming exactly what you are generating, and then the excess is what you are being allowed to feed into the network. I am not very sure what challenges you're talking about, but in DGs, we know of the benefits more. Like the voltage support that we alluded to in the morning. You are reducing the losses in the network as well as you're supporting the network. And that is one of the things that probably, if we were to highlight what the licensee gains from this is the voltage support. But remember, we said there is no compensation. Yes, you are offering that as an auxiliary service by virtue of the fact that you are generating, you are supporting the voltage of the network, but you shall not get paid for that. So this is DG. This is distributed generation, yes. Andrew, you're right, the regulation 10.8, we shall put in the missing schedule. And regulation 9.5, you are talking of transferring the assets. When I read through 9.5, I only notice that you meet the costs of the meter and you meet the cost of that interconnection. Of course, the installation, the generation installation is you as the prosumers. So I am not very sure I understand when you say you are transferring assets, other than the meter which you pay for and the interconnection which you bear the cost, the extra, the additional cost. Remember, you are already a consumer who's connected to the grid. So I don't, other than the meter, there are no other assets that come in that you are transferring to the licensee. I missed, but Nixon will answer Felix. I think I put on a screensaver and I was distracted by something. But I missed the name of the last person. But they were asking what is the basis of net metering and why is there no payment? You're selling power. And I think that is directly answered by what I said right at the beginning. We looked at various jurisdictions. What are the objectives of net metering? It is not a one-size-fits-all. It is customize it to your needs. What are our needs? And that's why I gave the example of during COVID, people said we had excess. In fact, even today, if you talk to a lot of people, they will tell you, oh, we have overcapacity in this country. We don't. I guess a lot of you understand what's going on in South Africa. You need to plan and plan ahead. South Africa forgot. At some point, they had excess capacity, a lot. They forgot to invest in their energy infrastructure. That is why they are going through what they are going right now. They don't have adequate generation. They don't have, you can have the generators in place, but you don't have the energy, the kilowatt hours. In this regulation, we are taking the energy, but don't forget, and that is why you are being told, this is about helping the prosumer. Right now where we are, we do not need that extra energy. In fact, to make it worse, you're generating, if it's solar PV, because that's most of the systems that we have, we are generating during the day. During the day, the demand is not as high. The peak in this country happens in the evening. Between 8 and 10:30 thereabouts, that is when the peak happens. And therefore, your sun is not there. So yes, you are banking when it is cheap. You are asking for your energy that you banked when we are using expensive sources. So where does that leave us? And that is why it is very important we all appreciate. And like the others that we talked about, all those other jurisdictions, what they are trying to do and why they introduced
net metering, for us, we are not short of capacity right now. And two, we are not short of renewable energy sources. That's why I said, for us in Kenya, we are lucky. We have over 70% of our electricity generated from renewable energy. So that's not the driver. Our main driver in Kenya, the motivation, the basis of net metering in Kenya is to help the prosumer store the energy, avoid the storage cost. I said storage is the single most expensive component of most of these systems, particularly solar PV. And I said it is not limited to solar PV. We are talking about solar PV because that's the most common for now. I don't think it will be overtaken by small hydros. We don't have enough rivers. And again, it is more expensive to exploit the small hydro. So solar, because the price of solar PV has been coming down globally. That's an influence of the global market. And that is why we are enjoying that. And that's why you find out that most people now are going for solar PV. So can we help these people store that energy? Can we help them make full use, take advantage of the resource that the resources they've spent to bank that energy in the grid? And I think with that, if there are any other questions I should have addressed, Nixon will answer whatever may have remained. Thank you very much.
I think we are running out of time, but then we'll try to respond to the remaining questions. I will start with Ndereba. I think Ndereba came up with a good discussion as to whether are we doing public hearing, public participation. What was the other one? Validation. That's a good one. But basically, I remember it was last year where we did the regulatory impact study. So the workshop that we called you last year was validation. So validation means someone went to the field, they collected data, they prepared a report, you are giving feedback on that report and asking yourselves whether what you told them in the field is what is in the report. So that's a validation. So you can say, I remember recently we had a validation workshop. Oh, it's a different one. She will show you. Sorry, like recently we had a validation workshop for benchmarks. And I remember the stakeholders from the cement industry were saying the data in the report doesn't look to be correct. Now it means the consultant has to go back and revalidate that information before the report is published. So that will be a public, not validation, a validation workshop. Public hearing is what we are having today. So we are not having it here alone. We are going around public participation. We are going around the country, getting feedback from different stakeholders on the regulatory instrument. We did publish the instrument on the Kenya Gazette on 13th January 2023. And people were invited to provide comments. So we already have some comments that we got in writing. And we also encourage the experts in the room, if there's something you feel we haven't captured, you also give us comments. Because after we have all those comments, we will retreat and improve on the document. So there are things that are coming up even from the questions you're asking. For example, the person who was asking, when I own a facility, then I transfer it to someone else. Do I transfer the infrastructure plus the credits? So if you read the regulations, that's not very clear. So it means when we retreat, we have to address that. Are you transferring the credits plus the infrastructure, or are you transferring the infrastructure alone? So if you're transferring the credits and the infrastructure, then it means the new owner has to do what? To compensate you for the credits that are owed to KPLC or to any other distribution license. So it doesn't mean that the questions you're asking are in futility. They have to feed into the final document. And for those as part of the accompanying documents. So be rest assured that as the authority, we are going to look at your comments, whether answered conclusively or not, and have a response or an action point from them. In terms of the basis for making regulations, these regulations, I think Dr. Karen has answered that. But then just to add something on the same, no one in this country is stopped from being an independent power producer. So you can't say we are discriminating prosumers by not allowing them to get money. If you want to get money from KPLC or any other generation project, you can apply through the existing frameworks to sell that electricity. So in this case, it should be clear, we are assisting people who already have a grid tie solar, for example, to be able to bank excess electricity to the grid. And for those ones who are in the industry, we have, currently we have more than 150 megawatts of grid tie solar installed. So we are saying instead of these people derating the plants and reducing the generation and us wasting the resource, we can allow them to bank to the grid. So basically, and this does not exclude you. I think there was a question on storage, from you putting your own storage. If you want to put your own storage, you can do it. Actually, the better. I think the utility will tell you that's better for them, because then you're able to manage your intermittence using the storage. So basically, we are not stopping you from putting your on-site storage for the plant that you put. My work today was to talk about water heating, but I'm finding myself, is there any I've not answered? Oh, there was one on the generators by Mangerere, Engineer Mangerere. Basically, if you read at the document, you will not do net metering if you are generating from fossil fuels. So that's a starting point. You cannot pull a coal power plant and then want to do net metering. That will not be acceptable, because the country's policy is to encourage the usage of renewable energy. So we will not allow you to do net metering if you have a diesel generator or if you have a coal power plant. You can only do that if you become an IPP, independent power producer, and sell the energy to the grid. So through that framework. So we will not be able to allow you if you are doing that. This question on prepaid meters and whether we are moving towards the direction of away from prepaid meters. And the feedback also came from here and also from the other forums. People will be doing net metering, most likely will have smart meters. Because if you look at even the description in the regulation, we are saying the meter should have two-way communication. So I don't know if with a prepaid meter you'll have the two-way communication. So it might not be possible. So it means exclusively, we will not be putting smart meters because they're expensive for every customer. But if you want to participate in net metering, then you will have to have a smart meter or a meter able to have two-way communication. And if you go to most of these plants, that's why you should understand the context. They already have the smart meters. So in this case, you are just configuring the meter to measure on both directions. We did a survey as part of the regulatory impact study. The meters that are currently installed, the smart meters currently installed by commercial and industrial customers are already able to do net metering. It's just now configuring them to be able to measure on both sides. So basically, it's not new investment. for people who have those meters. But then if I'm a new customer and I have a post-pay meter, most likely I will be required to install a smart meter. And this meter is not as expensive. If you are doing a PV plant, maybe of 100 kilowatts, the meter is a very small cost. And I know the developers are here, and they already understand that. Waita wanted to install and see. Install and wait. You can install and wait forever. It depends on what, how the process goes. We have developed the draft. I know you are familiar with the subsequent processes. We have to take it to the Cabinet Secretary, to the AG's office, and Parliament also has to have a look. Parliament might say no, but then, so you have to make sure that when you install to wait, you are doing the right sizing of your system. So that's what would add to that. And the last one, I think, was on the design kit. I didn't get clearly what you meant. Do you mean a design software? Yeah, so for design softwares, those ones are global, I think. For most of the softwares that we have, you are able to even put parameters for net metering in that case, but then we said we'll have to do a feasibility study report, so that will also have to come out clearly from that report. So kindly, because of time, you will allow us to proceed to solar water heating. But then if you have any feedback, at the end of this session, we'll be giving you our info email address and renewable energy email address. Kindly feel free to write. No comment that will come in will not be looked at. You can be rest assured. And those ones who are part of the process when we're doing PV regulations, if you go to Parliament now or to the Ministry of Energy, you'll find a list of all your comments and what was actioned. We might not take into account or accept all of them, but we'll have to consider them as part of the process. And that's why you should feel part of this process. Very important. So allow me to proceed and change the gears now to solar water heating. Who has a good joke that will make us switch from net metering to solar water heating? Pardon? Who has a good joke that will make us switch? And Dereva, I'm told you are the comedian in the house.
On level one, where we are being educated, and then we ask questions. Once they are answered, then we are satisfied and we are told the document is good. We are on level one of public participation as a country, and we need to go to level two. Countries like South Africa are on level 5. I'm not talking about load shedding.
Okay, maybe they are on level 5 and hence the power blackouts. So also you have to, the reason why we try to respond is not to say that your comment is wrong, also to make you understand where we are coming from. Why is there that requirement in there? Because you can tell me to give you, for example, in the net metering regulation, 150 credits. Sindio? You give me 1 unit, I give you 1.5. And then the next time the distribution licensee is not operating, will you be able to do net metering? No, you won't be able to. So as a regulator, we look at both sides, and that's why we try to clarify our positions. But then, as I said, we will go back and look at each comments. And there are comments we have already, questions have been asked here, which will go back, are taking us back to the drawing board to check on some of the provisions in the regulations. So maybe the final draft might not be exactly what you see here today. Not even maybe, for sure. There are regulations that will be there that are not here because of the input that we have gotten. So thank you. I think, Ndereva, that was a good joke, although it was an academic joke. Any other joke? Ben Blasto, you have a joke? No, it's just to make sure that you are still up. Sorry, I'm not saying I like jokes. Oh, there's a joke there, yes. Let's give him the mic.
Okay, maybe you can hear me better. Why did the solar water heater break up with a photovoltaic panel? And the answer is because it wanted some space to heat things up on its own.
Okay, thank you for the joke. I know only engineers have understood the joke. Previously, I've had a few girlfriends from business school, and they blame me that they can't laugh at my jokes. So at least you have some audience. We have laughed on their behalf. The lawyers in the house, we have laughed. We'll interpret the joke as we take lunch. So I think we are up. So basically, as Andrew has already put it, you have passed somewhere. If you live in Runda, I know some of you come from Runda, and those rooftops, you have seen a collector like this with the water, a storage tank, normally. So this is an example of a solar water heating. So in Kenya, we normally have a good irradiance from the sun. I normally ask people, how long do we receive sunlight from the sun in Kenya? Number of hours per day. Number of hours. Those licensees who are not talking, I'll revoke your license. It depends on the month, but then for a hot season like this one, up to 8 hours, right? We have the sun. But then we are not talking about the sunshine hours. We're just talking about availability of the sun. So it means, and this is comparable or better to most of other jurisdictions. If you go to Europe, those ones who have traveled, for example, during winter, there is no sun at all. But in Kenya, at least you have some sun. Whether it rains in domestic setups, so in our households, in industries. I think there's an industry in Kenya that already has the evacuated tube, a big capacity of system installed. Commercial facilities like this hotel. So you might find this hotel at the top. It has somewhat solar water heating system. Institutions, I heard people say they come from University of Nairobi, multimedia. I don't know if they have water heaters. I think if they don't have, they should refund part of our fees. So they should be having some solar collectors to heat water for use by the students. So those are an example of what? Institutions. Another example would be hospitals. Most hospitals use a lot of hot water. So in this case, this is where we are looking at having the regulations apply. So what are the benefits? So that I clarify the question in advance, someone was asking, why did you even think about net metering? If you heat water in your house using solar instead of the instant showers, do you think your electricity bills will go down? Yes. No. Who said no? I would want to know the reason. Eh? It's another joke. There's also an aspect of demand-side management. So for the engineers, I made sure that I use a technical term so that you become happy. But for the layman, here, like now, in Kenya, we are using around 1,600 megawatts of electricity now. Around 16 to 1,800. At night, between 6 and 10 p.m., we are likely to use more than 2,000 megawatts. So we are saying at night, there is a peak demand. Sindio? The demand goes up. Why do you think the demand goes up? Instant showers. People are back at home, they're taking a shower. Others are cooking. Others are entertaining themselves. Others at Sabina Joy, and those many things. So all those people, so sorry, the jokes are not part of the regulations. It's just to make sure that you are still awake. You know, you are at 1, and most of us are adults. So basically, what we want to do, the people now who are heating water using solar water heaters are able to, using electricity, they're able to use solar water heaters, and therefore we reduce our what? Peak demand. Sindio? So that we have a levelized demand. And engineers will tell you, we are very happy if the demand was constant, day and night. Because what happens now, if it's in the evening and the demand goes up and we don't have the sun or the wind, in Lake Turkana wind is not blowing as much, we have to turn on the thermal generators, which some of us don't like to hear. Who doesn't like the thermal generators? I will not ask why, but I will ask you how we will operate the network without them now. Someone is asking me whether it's a joke. I finished the jokes. So now we go to, we need to promote clean form of energy. Sindio? How many have installed a solar panel before? I can see a number of people. Have you seen smoke coming from the panel? There's no smoke, right? So it means it's a clean form of fuel. So that's why we are encouraging people to adopt solar water heaters. So that's the other benefit. Energy security. Energy security. I've seen people complain about the dollar. I've seen others say the fuel prices have gone up. It's because we rely on other countries. Sindio? Mafuta ikipanda Abu Dhabi, inapanda Kenya. So we say we are not energy secure. So in that case, if we rely on the resources that God has given us, we improve on our energy security. And then lastly, I heard many people introduce themselves as solar technicians. The solar workers, we are giving them what? I know, I insist on that because I know they don't like solar being called workers. But if you are not a worker, what are you? A farmer? Even farmers are workers, sindio? So all of us, hata mimi niko kwa kazi, amawa, nikienda nyumbani nitaambia watu nimefanya ka? Yeah, so I'm a worker. So don't feel that is a bad term. And then we did a study, as we said. Normally we try to use evidence-based decision making. So we asked ourselves, what is the cost in Kenya of heating water using electricity vis-a-vis LPG, vis-a-vis solar water heating? So we are not saying these people are not doing us a good job, but what we are trying to illustrate is it is cheaper to heat water using solar water heating as compared to LPG and electricity. So that's why we are promoting the use of solar water heaters. So if you forget all the other things I will say from now to the end, kindly remember it's cheaper to heat water using solar than LPG, so that you go and tell your parliamentarian to approve my regulation. Okay, so what is the purpose? So we can open the regulation 3 of the document. If you go to the 3rd page of the documents that you had, for those ones who have, and there are those ones who had a soft copy. I know in Nairobi people are very digital. I'm trying to look for my copy. You will see the purpose of the regulation. Yeah. If you want to finish me. So if you go to the 3rd page, you will see there is regulation 3. So the numbers that are in bold, those are the numbers of the regulation. So regulation 3 says, gives us the purpose, which we already changed based on the feedback we received. To read, the purpose of the regulations is to promote the use of solar water heating by enforcing standards in the solar water heating value chain. So how do we do that? We want to protect the end user, Otieno, the Wanjiku, so that when you buy a solar water heating system, it doesn't meet the standards, you can be able to refer that to the regulator for arbitration, sindio, and follow up. I know some solar technicians have been reported to me, and they know I even revoke licenses for that. So basically, that's one of the items that we are looking at. Fair business practices is one of them. Substandard products, we want to have a view of the quality of products coming into the Kenyan market. If something is substandard, and you should have experience of having participated in a few projects, and then we'll give you the license. Hope that's clear. And then for the higher class, a solar worker 2, you will be allowed to install, test, commission, and maintain, and repair centralized solar systems, and these are the qualifications. But then, as I've said, you can upgrade from this class to this class, and these are the experience that you're required to have. So that's very clear. We'll be able to clarify if there is a question after this. If you license yourself as an individual, you can be able to register a contracting company, the likes of Chloride, Davis. There are so many here who are represented, Daima, the likes. So in this case, they will need, if you want class SHC1, you will need SH Worker 1. This one should be 2. Sorry, there's an error here. So this should be 2. And then we also register manufacturers. You don't really need to have a worker in your company. But then this is to assist us capture the data of the manufacturers and also clear their components when they import to the country with ease. So I realize most people are interested in the licensing aspects. So one, you will apply for your license using a form that has been set out in the 4th schedule. So if you look at the document, the 4th schedule, towards the end, you will see there are forms on how you'll be able to apply, but this process shall be online. So you'll be processing the licenses electronically. I think our licensees already know this. So we receive the application, we invite you for an interview, and then we give you the license if you meet the qualifications. Currently, actually, we have decentralized part of the interviews. And I know on 8th, we had interviews in Nakuru, Eldoret, in Mombasa, and Nairobi. So basically, we'll also be bringing the interviews closer to you for you to get licensed. The validity of the license shall be a period of 3 years. But then someone can apply for 1 year, depending on their income. You apply for renewal, 30 days to expiry. If you go to Sabina Joy and you lose your license, we can replace it at a small fee. You know, I'm wondering why people are laughing every time I talk of Sabina Joy. It's just a name. Huh? Okay, so maybe I should say Sabina Chege. So then, if you are familiar with the previous regime, we used to say every building with a hot water requirement of more than 100 liters should install what? Solar water heaters. So that is no longer in this regulation, as we'll see. But then we are saying, for the engineers, when you are designing your buildings, you are drawing the buildings for approval, you make sure that they have provision for what? Solar water heaters. What is the provision for the technical people? The piping, so that when you sell me your house and I love solar water heating, I'm able to put the system with ease. I don't have to start hacking the walls to put that. So every building, and actually this is also alluded to in the Kenya National Building Code, that your design should be environmentally friendly. So basically, the engineers, the architects, the construction people should be able to know this provision. And then the county governments shall develop legislation to determine the solar fraction. So the 100 liters that you are talking about shall now be county specific. So if you go to Nairobi County and Sakaja and the county assembly field, we have a lot of insulation. They can say 100% of hotels operating in Nairobi County should be able to install what? Solar water heaters. Or 40% of their hot water requirement should be able to come from solar water heaters. So the authority will be supporting the counties to be able to come up with these county-specific solar fractions. And someone will ask me why. This is because when we had the old regulation, there are members of parliament who clearly came out and said they don't feel their constituents should be using hot water. So they were saying the regulation should be reverted because of that. That was one of the reasons. So we want to make sure that it's a localized requirement as per county and the region that you are coming in. If you come from Kakamega and the governor feels you don't need hot water, from solar, then definitely you might have zero requirement. But we'll push to have this included in the regulations by the counties. Those ones who are technical, how to calculate the demand for water heating is provided for in the 7th schedule. So I will not dwell on that. And then we are saying housing estate promoters of the construction, the owner of the premise, or the an architect or engineer should be able to comply. The compliance here means provide for solar water heating when they are doing the construction. So that I think should be clear. And the counties will assist in the enforcement of this because they approve the licenses. The fees, this is where we have most controversy. But then we are saying, if you are applying for solar water heating 1, you will be required to pay a 500 shillings application fee. Solar water heating 2, 750. These are the proposals. This is in Kenya shillings, not in dollars. I know Kenyans now operate mostly in dollars. So these are Kenya shillings. And then the renewal fees for a period of 3 years. But then you can pay 1,000 to have the license valid for a year. And as we said, as you go to Sabina Cheges, you can replace with that fees. People said I don't use Sabina Joy. But it's a good joint. Eh? Someone is asking me, how do I know? Maybe I live there. Have you ever checked for me? So we said there will be minimum warranties, right? So minimum warranty, these are solar system. So we said basically a solar system has the collector, it has the pipe, it has the controller as the main components. And this is the warranty period for those components proposed in the regulation. So if someone sells you a collector, it should give you a warranty period of 5 years. And the lifetime of a collector in Kenya mostly is between 10 and 15 years. So then those ones you can sort yourself out. The workmanship warranty, you install, you see the accessories here like pipes, and this pipe bursts within a day. So the workmanship warranty is a period of what? 1 year. So this is to protect the end user, There are people who buy phones. I've seen someone buy a phone along Moi Avenue, and then when he went home, the phone was not working. The phone was not working because inside there was mud. So basically, this is to protect against that. That's what we mean. I know even the ones in PV, I saw some photos circulating online with batteries and concrete. Eh? Yeah, but why do you buy batteries at Sabina Joy? Can't you buy them at the right places? No, I'm just saying, when you're buying an electronic component, can't you go to a reputable supplier? Huh? No, someone is talking about Kirinyaga Road, but see Mimi. Niendi amesema. I know Kirinyaga Road has good people who do good business, but then there are risks involved that you should be able to know. So we have said the application form is provided for in the 2nd schedule, and also reference in Regulation 11. The processing days, when you apply for your license, the authority shall take a maximum of 30 days to process the contractor license and a maximum of 60 days to process the workers' license, The license for the installers within 60 days. This is because of the interviews, but then for those ones who have worked with us, we know that we don't reach the 60th day. We try to process this in lesser days. Validity of the license, I've said, is 3 years. We have seen that. Upgrade of the license after 1 year. You should issue a completion and system declaration certificate to the end customer for the people who are technical and will be using this regulation. And we have provided the contents in Regulation 23 and 24. So you declare what you are installing, you say you have completed. So you give a customer the document with those requirements. The authority shall maintain a register of licensees. That is provided for in Regulation 26. And then the local content provisions in Regulation 30 of the document. So you're almost finishing. Don't sleep, please. I know it's a Friday. So submission of data, if you are licensed with us, you'll be required to submit data annually. And then you will maintain the data for a period of 5 years. 5 years. You have to maintain the data for 5 years. Not that when I meet you, I ask you what you installed 3 years ago, you tell me I don't know, I've forgotten. You have to. And this is also because of the warranties. Because you cannot be able to enforce your warranties if you don't know where you installed the system. So that's why the data is also aligned to the $6 million. It was given to a hustler. I don't know what is the interpretation of the hustler. But now, when he installed the system, there was a problem. So the person was reported to us. So he was supposed to mediate. But the person came out clearly and said, clearly I bought the components. Sasa mnataka nitoe 6 million wapi? You see now, it becomes very tricky to deal with the customer because you have already bought the components from China, you have imported directly, they come here, they don't work. Now, where will you get the 6 million to compensate the customer? So that's why it becomes important to think about insurance. I know people ask that question most of the time. Ati hata mtu wa class 8 atahitaji insurance. Kwani yeye si mtu? And then the authority shall have powers to inspect any premise, so the installations, and also where they feel there are components that do not meet the standards, together with the other agencies. So that is provided for in Regulation 28. Complaints and disputes. When you don't agree with each other, as the customer and the person who provided the solution, you will refer it to the authority for hearing. If you are not happy with the authority's decision, you go to the tribunal. If you are not happy with the tribunal, you will go to court. So that is provided for in Regulation 33. So we try. I realized Kenyans like fighting a lot. So we have to provide a mechanism for solving those conflicts. Continuous professional development for solar water heaters installers is provided for in the 6th schedule. Warranties, we have already highlighted that. So this is one of the last slides. I don't like it because I'm not a criminal myself. But then when you will break the law, if you go to Regulation 32, we have listed the offenses and the fines. Don't tell me the fines are very high because they're meant to deter the occurrence of the. Our work is not to collect these fines, by the way. Some of us don't like conflicts. We want to make sure that people comply. So that's why we have said, if, for example, you sell substandard components, we'll charge you a fine of 5,000 for every component. So if you bring a container of solar water heaters that do not meet standards, we'll calculate how many components were in the container times 5,000. So that's your fine. If you're not happy with me, you will go to court. Sindio? If, for example, you provide a system design declaration, if you don't provide, because this is a problem we have mostly, someone just comes and installs things on someone's premises and walks away. When there's fire, you don't even know what was installed, where was it located, what was the cost. So that's why we need the system declaration prior to commencing works. If you fail to provide a completion certificate, that is it. So I don't want to read those in detail. You can read for yourselves because you have the document and you can give me feedback. If you fail to submit data, inaccurate data, this one will change because it's provided for in the Act. I think there was an error there. So that you're able to make sure we reduce. If you stop me from assessing your premise, of course during working hours, where I suspect there is an offense, then you will pay 20,000 for every time you stop me from entering that premise. So someone will ask in summary, this should be the picture that you go home with. Who will be dealing with the standards? KEBS. So KEBS with the industry experts will develop standards for solar water heating. And there are standards already for example, solar water heating systems, and also there's a code of practice to that effect. and also they do enforce those standards as applicable. So we'll be complementing those efforts. What will the authority be doing? Licensing workers, licensing you worker, and then enforcing the quality of installation, CPD implementation, and publishing the register of installers, so that Wanjiku, Otieno, Omondi, if they want to install, they're able to go to the register and pick a qualified person. County governments approve the drawings with the provisions for solar water heating, and then of course set the solar fractions, as we already said. What is the responsibility of the worker and the contractor? Design, install, repair, and maintain a system that has been installed, issue a declaration and completion certificate, do user training, submit returns to the authority of the system, to the authority on the systems installed. The responsibility of the public is to make sure that they buy these things from an authorized person that has been licensed by the authority. That's the only obligation to the end user, so that you're able to protect them in case there is an issue. So in terms of the process, this is the process we have gone through, just for the ones that we're interacting with for the first time. We did an initial draft around 2018. We read a regulatory impact assessment in 2021, 2022. We prepared the final draft out of this the next draft out of this assessment. We gazetted the draft on 13th January 2023 for public comments for 40 days, which already lapsed, but then we are still receiving comments. We are now doing what we are calling public participation. And the purpose of the public participation is for you who is here and online to give us comments on the draft that will assist us improve that draft. So these are the subsequent stages, and just to highlight, at the last stage, it has to go through what? The National Assembly, because that's where you have delegated your power for legislation. So once the National Assembly goes through the draft, then we'll have the final solar water heating regulations. So with that, thank you very much. We open the plenary.
Thank you, Nixon, for that comprehensive presentation, starting from the basics of solar water heating system, going all the way to the regulatory aspects of the same. So we'll be taking questions. We'll, of course, do it in a bit to make our work easier. This is the modus operandi. The first thing is, of course, you state your name, where you come from. Then you will ask the question. We will limit the questions to 2. They should be, no, I know where to start from. The questions will be KISS. Keep it stupidly simple. Yes, or keep it straight and simple, so that we can save time and give everyone time. Now, everyone will contribute, actually. That's our nature here in EPRA. So before we leave this place, we will make sure there is no one who still has a question. These questions are strictly related to solar water heating systems. Because I'm a teacher, if you ask a question that's not related to what has been presented, I will not ask it to be responded to, because we need to give time to people who have questions related to what has been presented. So we will start. Today I'm seeing far because our specs. Today, Odhiambo Dawa has not spoken. We'll start with him first.
Hello, thank you very much, Dr. Musonye and Nixon Bukachi for that detailed, elaborate. In fact, it was a curriculum, full. My question, start at Council of Governors with Bukachi. The Council of Governors, the 47 county governments, they keep on changing. When a governor is elected, he sacks everybody in the energy. Sometimes some don't even have energy ministry. So how will you handle that with governors changing or committee changing? All the governance about some don't have energy, any energy department or any knowledge and even operations. So how will you handle? And you're going to give them this heavy responsibility of ensuring training and even facilitation for solar water heating and any other energy. That's one. Two, is there anything wrong with EPRA? And I've got very high respect for you. And my boss, CEO Amadi, has already talked. I don't want to preempt. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm board member of Kenya Renewable Energy Technology Association. I also teach at Tech University of Kenya. And I'm also representing NITA, the Energy Committee here. Now, is there anything wrong, with all due respect, with EPRA, given that you are the uppermost in energy, and energy has not been introduced in Kenya since 1963. It's 63 years late, and that's just some challenges you have to overcome. Is there anything wrong with you putting in this regulation that all names of all institutions which should teach renewable energy or any other energy? Is there anything wrong? Because universities, I'm one of them, and all of us, we are there. The curriculum are haphazard, some are not there, as we professors wait for government money to eat. So can you do something and make it a mandatory that all these renewable energy things are taught by institutions and you list them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Odhiambo Dawa, for sticking to 2 questions. That was so nice of you. So we got the second. I think we'll now start moving this side to the, what's here? That corner, the end there. We write our questions down so that we don't forget them, just in case you don't, you're not among the first cohort.
My name is Agnes, a solar water heater technician. I have a concern in regard with experience on warranties, where the controller is usually affected by the depreciation or the voltage variation in KPLC, and you give it a 5 years warranty. How is the supplier protected against that? The other issue on the warranty is on the solar water heating, where most clients are usually advised by the plumbers, and you find client's water is salty and he's been advised to be supplied with the fresh water system. You go install, and after 1 year the system is gone, and now they're asking for the warranty refund or changing of their system. So the companies are not covered on that. So it's good to check into that point on the warranty. So when you are mentioning part of the warranty, it should be on the mechanical default, but not anything affected by the nature, environmental, or manhood. The other point is, we usually, in the market, we have so many quacks, especially the plumbers, where they come, they buy the system, they go, they install, and then client will come to claim the workmanship part of it from the company. Yet you didn't do the installation. How are you handling that part of the installation? Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes, for the 3 questions. We go here.
Thank you very much. My name is George Siro. I've got maybe just to emphasize on one point that she's mentioned, and this is on the warranty. The warranties should be limited to manufacturer's fault and nothing else. Yeah. My point number 1 is these solar water heaters come with electrical backup as an option, and importing them into the country now attracts 20%, if I'm not very wrong. It was not like this before. So how is EPRA going about this to help to reduce this, to remove this, so that it can be affordable, and to encourage the buyers or the consumers
regulations. I believe everybody agrees to that. Yes, let's not use that word again. First question. Regulation number 3. Purpose of the regulation, it says that to provide licensing regulatory framework for the design, installation, operation, repair, maintenance, and upgrading of solar water heating systems in Kenya to ensure safety and quality of the solar water heating value chain. These regulations shall apply to solar water heating manufacturers, importers, vendors, workers, contractors, and system owners, as well as solar water heating system installations. I've come here to represent ourselves, and I think there are a few engineers here. There's that name we are calling design. Design is the provenance of engineers. Now you've put it here. You want to regulate engineers. Is that the question? We've gone up to the stage of consulting engineers. Are you trying to tell us to come back and then you consult you register as afresh? We have been doing this work for a long time. Are you trying to tell us you want to again to regulate us? I thought EPRA should be regulating contractors. We've been doing solar water heating and other design works. And under the Engineers Act 2011, that is the domain of
Okay, thank you for the good questions. Only that I didn't hear suggestions. There was a suggestion not to call them workers, right? So what name do you want us to adopt? You know, someone is taking notes. You know, some of these things. No, they are not. You have heard engineers make noise, so you're not an engineer. So what name do you want to be called? Installer. So kindly be writing them down. There is technician, there is installer, solar specialist, professional. Okay. Those are many variations. The problem is being called a worker. Huh? We go back to technician. So someone is taking them down. Any other suggestion? The installers, solar water heating installer. Okay, that's better than a worker. Worker is easier for everybody. I'm realizing it's divided opinion. And this is how it's divided at the authority, actually. There are people who say we should call you technicians, call ourselves workers, call ourselves professionals, but every term has its own connotation. I think you have heard with what the contribution from my senior, Engineer Mtonga, saying that you want to license him to come and do the installation work or design work, basically. So every term in Kenya, I've realized, has a meaning. So if you talk of technology, a technician, that's, as we had before, I think there are people who say if you have done Bachelor of Technology in biology, you're a technologist. So you should be licensed to install solar water heating. So that's why we moved away from that term. If we call you a solar water heating engineer, Engineer Mtonga will be on my neck. If we call you an installer, if you call me an installer, it will even be worse. So, but the terms, the terminologies are away. What I have in my philosophy, maybe that's not the authority's philosophy. I don't care about the term you call me. Call me a farmer. But if the farmer is the one installing the system and you are happy with it, me, I don't care. That's where the school of thought that I come from. So maybe it's something that we look into, but then let's not be, and I think it's a problem we are now having in Kenya. One engineer Bukachi, doctor so-and-so, professor, doctor, and then we have others called CPA, what? Those many things. Architect, GSE, all those many things. They don't. Honorable, EWG, EGW, those many other things. But the key thing is what we are focusing on as a regulator. I'm just illustrating, what I'm illustrating is we are more focused on the trade, on the ability of us being able to build professionals that are able to do this work than the name. But then if the industry feels, you can always send us an email. We have picked those names. We'll go through them again. We see whether to call you an installer, a technician, a professional, whatever you want to be called. But our key concern is Wanjiku, that you're able to provide them
for Engineer Mtonga, we'll give you the mic at some point. For Engineer Mtonga, I know the conflict, so in terms of the word design, so I think as the authority we remove the word design from the regulations, if that will make the matters better, but because our focus is the people who are doing the actual installations. But then it should be clear if someone applies for a solar water heating license, whether it will be called a worker and is an engineer. In this case, he will have to go through the process because he will be applying to become an installer, not a designer. That's our school of thought, and I think we can always have a discussion on that. Because being someone in renewable energy, what will transform the world is having professionals that can be able to provide service at the most local level. If we sit here, I know my Daktari is a mechanical engineer, for example. He's in Nairobi. If my parent needs a solar water heating system, is it possible that we'll go there and install for him or her? So if we want to improve on our energy independence, make sure that we have access to energy, we must build skills for the installers at the lowest level. So we take your comment very positively. We'll do away with the word design and then focus on the aspects of installation. But then, it's also something we should think about as a profession. You know, it's not good that we hide under the curve and say, once we remove the word design, we have so many people here who do design of those systems. I wonder whether they are licensed, even now without the regulations, whether they are registered engineers. So we should also try to contextualize and not have the look like we are fighting professions and the likes, but look at the actual aspect. And it's the same thing we had with the solar PV. We say we are not designing. I know there are people who are doing small solar home systems. Now what is being done to stop that? So that we don't look at just this regulation, but also try to address the system as the process, or the entire value chain in general. I know some people might not happy with my comments, but you will
Maybe Eustace wants to add something.
What's so special with the word design? Because even the person who tailors my clothes calls himself a designer. I think the word design has been defined in the wrong way when it comes to engineering, and it's something I think Engineer Mutonga, you should go to the engineers board and tell them they have misused the word design. Because what is design? Yeah, there is an interior designer who designs all these. There is a creative design. Okay. So, can engineers, whatever they call design, let us go and get the real name, the exact name, and leave this local name design to smaller people.
I think we'll close the discussion at that on the design bit. Okay, may I understand where engineer is coming from? He's the one who licensed me, so I should be very careful with what I say. But basically what I mean is, as a country or as a system, the entire space, we are supposed to look at what really matters and how we can be able to define it better so that we make it something that works. We don't have it as a requirement that we cannot even enforce. Basically, like when I go to check a solar water heating system for a single unit, I don't know if that person does not give me a signed drawing whether I should arrest that person. So we should try and look at the pros and cons and see what will really work for all of us without really jeopardizing. But for the regulations, I think we'll do away with the word design. So go to the other questions. Change of government from Odawa. I think the change of government does not change the regulations. So if a county sets regulations, unless the new government changes those regulations, they will still be in place. So there's always that transition. The only way we can contribute to that as Kenyans is to elect sound leaders who make sure that something that is good is maintained in the value chain. But then I'm sure this might not be one of the biggest challenges because we will support the counties. Once it becomes legislation, there is a process of repealing that legislation. Whether we can list the institutions that offer renewable energy courses, I think the regulators for the institutions who list the courses. You can go to Commission of University Education. You can see what the University of Nairobi offers, what Kabianga University offers, and the likes. So they are listed. If you go to NITA, you will see, and you said you are rightly so, you are a board member at NITA, you will see the institutions they have accredited to offer the vocational trainings. So we will not get into that space in this regulation. Agnes, she's not very happy with the warranty, and I'm happy that you are not happy. Actually, you should not be happy. That's the purpose where the regulation is there, is to make sure that you sell goods at a quality. So if, when there is issues to do with the warranty, you determine what caused the fault, right? Before you replace the product. That's normally the usual practice. So that will not legislate, because you have to train your customer, tell them this warranty applies when there's no electricity surge, where there is no tampering of the component. That's part of the education that you are supposed in the regulation to offer the customer. So we will not try to say exclusions here. In the regulation, we will put the warranty as is, and we'll expect that you will be able to set out the conditions clearly when you are buying the components. The quarks buying, that's why we came up with the system declaration, where you declare what you installed, where did you get it. In case someone installed something you are not liable to, in that case the warranty does not apply. So basically that's how it should work. And of course you should work with us as the general public to weed out the quacks. It's our collective responsibility. Manufacturer's fault only, okay, I think I've alluded to that. So you will set the conditions as a company under which you are issuing the warranty, but then the component warranties, the long term shall be 5 years, minimum. VAT, this is a tricky one. The authority does not regulate issues to do with the taxes. I remember this has been an issue not in solar products, not in petroleum. People say we have a lot of taxes on fuel, for example. Those things are legislated by members of parliament. You are representatives. So what we normally do as the authority is to request the National Treasury to exempt some of the solar components. And this has happened. I think those ones in the solar industry know, together with the Ministry of Energy, CAREA has been also very instrumental in doing the net effect on the economy, so that we are able to convince parliamentarians and Treasury to exempt these products. So in this regulation, if I put that clause, it will not go
what if they want to have even better, like there are other innovative solutions that are being discovered. So if we focus just on solar, yet I guess the major goal is to promote the use of efficient water heating solutions in the country, then I think we are kind of boxing ourselves. So the major question is, will there be other regulations for the other renewable energy technologies? Like now you have the heat pumps. What if someone has a biogas plant and wants to use the biogas to heat the water? Someone has a biomass plant or something. So what is the regulators' stand on these other renewable energy technologies that can be used to heat water? Thank you. Oh, the second question, I saw about the penalties when Engineer Bukachi was talking about the penalties. There was one for when you renew your license late. Why should you be charged? Daily. What if I just want to take a break and then I'll come back 3 months later? I don't think you should be charged if you're late on renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Next, I saw a question this end. Yes, please.
Thank you, EPRA. I think the issue about
your name.
My name is Jesse Hishini of Jegin Energy. The issues of energy, solar water heaters is very important in the country, and it saves quite a lot of electric power. However, EPRA has not done enough for mass education to our communities, and especially sensitization and creating awareness. Since the introduction of the regulations, you get mass household members who ask some very useless questions, such as, once you install a solar water heater worth about 150,000, they ask you how many lights will it be able to light. These are common questions with a household level. The other issue is, how far has EPRA gone into capacity building our institutions, especially like the TVETs, to also train our youth in manufacturing the solar water heaters in Kenya, instead of importing most of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The further end, then we'll come to you next.
Thank you so much. My name is Samuel Obiero, and my concern is, there's a time we had this solar heater thing mandatory. I'm only asking what happened, because we are trying to move from these other sources of energy to renewable energy, and I think in subsequent designs of buildings, we should incorporate this as maybe mandatory. Did EPR maybe feel it's not really necessary to incorporate this in the document as something necessary? Or there was any kind of maybe fear that if they could introduce it, then it could bring some backlash? That's my concern.
Thank you very much. Next. Actually, that's the last stage. We'll go to the next. We'll start with you after this ones have been responded to.
Yeah, thank you. My name is David Kesa from Multimedia University of Kenya. I just have one question on the qualifications, especially for those who want to be the solar water heating workers or installers. In Kenya now, I think the education sector has changed. Like we have now the TVET institutions having like a diploma, for example, specifically maybe in solar energy technology. We have maybe a diploma in plumbing technology, in the universities now we are having like energy technology or renewable energy courses. My suggestion would be from the qualifications for those who want to be workers, maybe we can have a highlighter or maybe a term like electrical or mechanical engineer or equivalent to take care of such dynamic courses in our market. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kesa. So those questions, Engineer Bukachi, I think Eustace will answer some. There is something Sophie has asked here, and Eustace is the one who taught me that thing, and I came and taught them in class actually. Sophie is asking why we are not considering other technologies, only solar water heating systems. No, I said we have taken 5. We'll answer the round of 5, then we'll go to, you will be the first one to speak. So let him have the microphone. Eustace, the question from Sophie. Why not other technologies? Why are we rely only on solar water heating systems? Please take the microphone.
There are 3 aspects on that. One, we cannot regulate a technology we don't fully understand. That is one. Secondly, we don't regulate when there is no problem. Our business is, you don't take fun in writing regulations, but when doing regulations, we ask 2 things. What problem are you solving, and what opportunity is there? I know, for example, there's this idea of heat pumps. We cannot just regulate heat pumps. It's like telling us to regulate instant showers. But I know heat pumps are being incorporated with the solar water heating system. Instead of having a resistant heater, you can have an heat pump where you're going to generate more heat. But just take 2 major things. We don't regulate whenever there is no problem. 2, we don't regulate a technology we don't understand. Because what are you regulating?
Okay, maybe to add to Eustace, not that we don't understand. I know at times you can have limitations in vocabulary, but basically we could be understanding the technology, but it has no challenge in the market. So we don't have to start pronouncing ourselves on something that we think has no challenge. And what we'll find in the market is, for most people who are installing the heat pumps, they have capacity to get a qualified person to be able to design for them and install for them. And lastly, if you go to the regulations where we are saying the counties will be able to set the solar fraction, we have given conditions where they can issue exemptions. And one of the reasons is where they have another renewable energy source installed on the facility. So then they can give you an exemption on that basis. So if you have a heat pump, I know when you are enforcing the regulations before, that was coming out, and we were exempting people with heat pumps. If you have a biomass plant and you're able to heat water using electricity from biomass, we also exempt you based on that. So that is also provided for in the regulation. So I think it also answers Simon as to why we have not put that in the regulation, because we feel the other avenues and we have provided for reasons for exemption. Previous licenses, Simon, here you may not be very lucky. You might have to go through some form of examination or interview for that matter, because the regulation was annulled. So it means there is no transition from the previous regulation to the current regulation. If you look at solar PV regulations that we developed a while back, we provided for a transition clause for the people who are licensed in the old regime. But for this one, when it's annulled, it means it does not do what? Exist. Blame your parliamentarian for that. And then for KEBS standards, of course, we share your concerns and we continually engage with KEBS as one of our partners and even undertake some of the enforcements with them. So maybe it's something that we should be able to enhance to ensure that we also protect the market. That person who is not able to access that quality product. Renewal charge, I don't know why Sophie doesn't want to renew the license. But then in the regulations, I think there's a provision. If you are traveling out of the country and you may not renew your licenses for some time, you write to the authority to notify them, because we are licensing a professional field We should know whether you are still existing or you don't exist at all. We should avoid someone using your license when you're not in the country. So that's why we should have a view of whether you still exist. And for the current licensees, I know we nowadays send SMSs to even remind you to renew your license. So I don't think it should be an issue. If you don't want to renew, you can fail to renew, but don't practice. But if you practice and you have not renewed, then you will be breaching the law. That's why the fine is there. Enough education from JSA. This is part of the education that you are doing to the public. We have been moving around the country for the last 1 week. Next week we'll be in Mombasa. We are not educating them now because of an existing regulation. We are educating them on an upcoming what? Regulation, if it will be approved. So currently we don't have that regulation on solar water heating. So you might not have heard us speak about it in our other avenues, but we do consumer education on social media, we do it in forums like this. We always educate our consumers, and also you will always be our ambassador, especially if you are a renewable energy enthusiast. And I know Andy Amadi, only that is not looking at me, does a lot of work in terms of awareness. It's a joint responsibility for sector associations, for professional bodies, for the general public. When I go home, I tell my folks that instead of crying you don't have connection from KPLC, you can use a solar home system. So basically that's part of the education and an obligation for all of us. I think those were the questions. I think there's one from Dr. Wekesa. He's also my senior, but now this one also becomes strict in some cases. I don't know now if this person will be installing what has been designed by an engineer in view of the comments we have received. But then obviously we'll have a provision to allow to have the other professionals transition to grow into the system because there are other laws that then have caveats on what can be done, and I'm sure that will keep coming on. It's something that is coming on even for electrical wiring, and we know as we are reviewing the regulations, we're also discussing with the other bodies to see how best to accommodate this within the scope of the knowledge that the person has been trained on. And there's someone who asked that if you have a apprenticeship, okay, Eustace wants to add something.
Dr. Kesa, there's something which has come where you are even given a certificate even before, even if you have not gone to school. What do you call it?
It's the government grade test, actually.
Not grade test.
Qualification.
Qualification, prior knowledge qualification. And it is something also
looking at.
You also consider. And you have to take in place because once it comes up, and that one answers
there's a question
the person who was in Total.
Yeah, I think there's someone who said worked at Total.
Yeah.
So for now you can go to NITA or wait for this scheme. So NITA will give you a practical exam.
A practical exam, then you can
get a government grade test.
Then you can get a license.
For sure, this is a period for the hustlers, so no one will be left behind.
So we are starting from here? We are starting from here. Yes, please ask your question. Andy will come to you after this.
Yes, my name is Engineer John Letondo. I'm a practicing consulting engineer mechanical. I've been in practice for a long time, from around 70s. My first solar water heating installation was in 1976 in Coast General Hospital, when they were just starting to see what can happen. Having said that, a lot of the queries I wanted to ask have been asked by my my other colleagues, the consult engineers and the consultants. But I have one or two which I like clarification. One is, how much liaison have you done between you, EBK, IEK, and Association of Consult Engineers to come up with this document, because there is a misconception which I just heard from you regarding design. Design can be anything, but when you have a design on a system, it's an engineering system, and it's specific reason why it should be there, including commissioning. And you cannot commission unless you have designed it or made calculations to do the design. And therefore, that's a clarification I wanted just to make to my colleague, your colleague here. Don't belittle design, please.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Then another thing is, whoever you're calling a worker, which you're saying is not a worker, is actually a technician or some other name. I don't think it should be liable for professional indemnity cover, because that can be expensive. For us as consultants, we also take indemnity cover for the work we do. And I don't think the poor guy will be able to afford that, especially if there's a claim on him, as you told us about somebody in Turkana, where there was 6 million. The poor guy doesn't have 6 million. He's a hustler, as you say. Okay? So that insurance should be covered by the company, because I employ engineers in my office. I take PI insurance for the company, and anybody within the company who messes it up, it is a company that is liable to pay for that. So it should be that PI plus other covers they require. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Itondo, my examiner. So Andy had a point. We go to Andy first, then.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is still Andrew Amadi, and my question is with regards to the very thorny issue around the application of taxation, whether it is exemption or whether it is going to additionally tax the assets. So the request is that this should be harmonized so that the licensing process, say for those who are importing these systems, is already very clear and thorough, and the standards are already defined in terms of the products. So based on the standards and the products, the HR, that is the harmonized system, HS code, should be clearly indicated, because we are now having a really serious issue with the Kenya Revenue Authority, which I do not want to talk about because it is before the court, not just here, but also being taken up even in the European Union. So to avoid the ambiguity that has led to this, we can see what the benefits are, and the process can be able to prescribe so that we don't have those, for lack of a better word, shenanigans that come in and is almost destroying the entire sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. I knew the exhaust questions. Now we've come to, yes, Engineer Mukhongo.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannes Sakwa Mukhongo. I work with KenGen. I'm also an official at the Association of Energy Professionals. I have felt, I think that it's necessary to make a comment on the issue of regulations, starting from why we will be having this regulation for solar water heating and not maybe other technologies. This thing comes from when you have a gap in the society. When you have something that is happening and there's need to help, especially what we call Wanjiku, we are calling it Otieno now, then there is need for someone to come in. So the question is who comes in? And regulation or even development of policy is largely market driven. So when these other technologies will become ripe and maybe they'll be used a little bit more massively, and then there'll be challenges, then that means that we have to deal with them. But then the question of whether we are designing, whether we are calling people workers, whether we are calling them professionals, and it also goes to the comment about professional indemnity. I think the professional indemnity is supposed to help that small person, not harm that small person, because that person pays a very small premium, and in the event that something goes wrong with the work that is done, then that cover is taken up by the insurance, and that protects that small person. And then also that brings the reason why there should be a license. Because now without a license, then how does the insurance give such covers? And that's why we are here and having this discussion. Now the question about the definitions, about design, about the name, I think it goes even beyond the EBK. We also have the technologist body. And probably that could be the reason why we are calling it worker and not a technician, because initially the prior regulation that we had that was set aside at some point had the word technician. So the question is, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to say we stop and go and talk to specific people? Or what should we do? Because I'm sure the people representing different institutions here, and I will beseech or request institutions like EBK, IEK, the technologists body, and all this, because we are a public participation. I'm here representing KenGen. I want to believe that this is a big company doing a lot of work, probably to the same level that all these other bodies are contributing. But we find it necessary that when a document of importance to the country is at this level of participation, then, and it's an open invitation, then we can be able to come in and have a discussion so that we can move forward. Otherwise, if we just have a situation where this body has to question what the other body does and what the other body does, at the end of the day, it's our country, and we have to find a way to move forward. So let's be proactive, and I will assume that if EBK wanted to sit down with EPRA, they don't even have to come through a public participation. So please, let's be proactive, let's have the discussion, but also let's be flexible, because for sure there is a need for regulation so that we can be able to protect the consumers. And so who does it? I think that is neither here nor there. We need to support the regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mufongo. I think we still have one more question. After that, we'll close. Yes, and I hope it's not about, okay, I'm suspecting it's about IEK and EBK, but there's no problem. We can go.
Thank you, Dr. Engineer Msonye. I'm sure you are registered by EBK and IEK.
Yes.
I am also registered by the same bodies. I recognize that there are a number of consulting engineers here. We even have a representative from IEK. He introduced himself. Engineer Litondo, as he said, has been in the business for a long time. Well, let me now look at what I had to say. I think I want to make everyone aware of what it takes, the consulting engineers, to come up with a specification. Yeah? Of course, one has to consult the client. And I'm making reference to regulation number 23 in the proposed regulations, if you can refer to that, if you have the copy. It is indicating that the design has to include, an assessment of the demand for water heating. That assessment for water heating has to be done by the person who is doing the design. After that, one has to now make a specification in terms of the panels and the storage of hot water. And after that, prepare a bill of quantities. And this section 23 is also making reference to the development of layouts. Basically, those are drawings. So I am trying to draw a parallel with what was presented earlier by Dr. Kaberere, where there was no specification on design for the metering system. She was only making reference to the need to conform to the regulations. I am, to cut my long story short, I am making a proposal that we make a specification on the standards to be followed. Like this design or the installation, in fact, you can leave out the issue of design. Make reference to the installation. Say that the solar water heating installation shall conform to the Kenya standard, say 1860 on solar water heating. It shall conform to the building code regulations, maybe 2012, so that we avoid this issue of who is carrying which title.
Okay.
So that way, I think we shall have no conflict, because we shall be making reference to the standard. So, and if you want to give licenses, the various licensees, they can be referred to as specialists, and specialist A should be able to do the installation that conforms to this standard. Finished. And when it comes to your assessment, the interview, it's adequate to say that before you get a license, you will be interviewed by the authority, and you will have to comply with the standards established by the authority. That way we are not being specific and we avoid conflict. We want to make this document in such a way that the people at various stages of approval will find it easy to approve. Okay. If it goes to Parliament and you're making reference to a standard, nobody will oppose. But if you are saying that this design should be done by, like I saw one of them was referring to somebody who has a certificate, say KSCPE, that this is the person to do the design, and when you interview the person, you are going to assess the design he has carried out. I think that is far-fetched. Secondly, when you look at section 23, yeah, do you think the KSCP guy will be able to do all that? I mean, I'm not belittling them. Some of them could be talented, but I think we are putting a tall order. We want this industry to survive and let everybody have his or her own space and contribute according to one's ability. So I don't want to say, Engineer Chibukaji, you have done a good job. That's what I want to say, basically. You have done a good job. All you have to do is to be less detailed in terms of what needs to be done in order for somebody to qualify for a given standard. Make it simple. Let's refer to the standards. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Magerere. Now the consulting engineers talking here, we go through their hands. So they must examine you. Engineer Itondo send me back to go put the commissioning notes in my report. I still remember. So, and Nixon will respond to our seniors here, and maybe we'll give a way forward on that issue, because I see it's also what you call, they are called wicked problems or thorny issues. So, but I know you are capable of handling them, and we worked all this, all the engineers who were talking. So we are not fighting them actually. We know one another from different places. So please, next one you can respond to them. Engineer Mokongo just gave a comment. It wasn't a question, so we only have questions and comments from our consulting engineers. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm only surprised that Engineer Ndereva has not spoken about this. I almost prompted him, or you are scared of the seniors. No, okay, on this matter, I think we will try and consult with the engineers so that you have the right wording. That will be the best way forward. But then the only comment I would make is we have to try and be dynamic, because the space of, for example, energy access is becoming very dynamic. And I would give an example. I was asking my boss, who designed the solar home system being sold by MCOP and D-Light, and who approved the design. So it's a question that we will try to accommodate and of course engage, and it is a commitment we give. We'll have a direct engagement with the IEK. We did invite them for this function We invited them when we were doing the regulatory impact study, or that did not come out for sure, but we have records of having written to IEK, written to IEBK, even shared with them the regulatory impact study. So at all levels, we have tried to get their feedback. And what you have given us today is important feedback. But the only thing that I would give as a commitment is we will engage directly with IBK, and we'll try to make sure that the seniors that are in this house are on board in that meeting, so that we have a more sober engagement. Because the way I look at it, we might stick to, I don't want to call it traditional. I know even in IEK, a social media forum, there's always those discussions. We might stick to the old way of trying to regulate this sector, but make it very difficult to assist the end user. In terms of, and that's why I'm giving an example of the solar home systems we have, and more of systems that are becoming plug and play, and where we know, for sure, even from other developed countries like Germany, that these people who have the so-called not very premium skills can improve or can contribute towards the well-being of society, can contribute towards enhancing access, can contribute towards enhancing access to solar water heating systems. And if I'm not sure if we started the same way with solar PV, the industry will be now where it is at the moment, where we are trying to put those very big cut lines in the regulation. It might be very difficult to be able to utilize those systems. So we'll try to engage to come up with the right wording. That's what we give as a commitment. We'll have a bilateral meeting with the IEK. We'll invite the consulting engineers in the house, so that we don't look like we are trying to undo what has been done. You know, when someone tells you he did a solar water heating system in 1976, and maybe you are born 20 years later, you get scared. But I'm sure my senior was not scaring us. He was just trying to make a point that this is some work they have done over the years. But then we'll also want that understanding that we have a very big component of society that is trying to access these systems without getting the professional engineering services. So that has to be clear in our engagement, so that at the end of the day, we are trying to protect the end user. We don't look at it specifically only as a professional, but also move out and become the household that wants to access the solar water heating system. Because I'm not sure, and there's a discussion even we have at IEK, whether, why are we not having electrical engineering drawings being approved for even households? And I think it's something that we should be able to look at it holistically, so that we have a lasting solution without looking like we are trying to protect some tafs from the regulator perspective. So we'll have those bilateral engagements, so that's the commitment, and then whatever comes out, we'll be able to share with the stakeholders as the way forward. We had the same engagement before with KTRB, only that I didn't want to mention, because KTRB were insisting if you use the word technician, then they are the ones who are supposed to register them. And we were telling them, we have not stopped you. As an energy regulator, we realize there's a problem with the quality of installations, and that's why this regulation is in place. If you have sufficient mechanisms to make sure that anyone who installs an energy system is qualified and does it in the right way as the technologists, we will not regulate that sector. We'll focus on other areas. Energy sector is a bit big, but it also doesn't make sense that I promote the use of solar water heating system, which someone installs, and it fails after a month. So then I will not be able to achieve my objective. I see my sugar levels are going down. Definitely we have to close. Insurance to be paid by the company, I think we take that, we take note of that. And also it has a bearing on how we agree on the way forward, or as to who will be doing the designs. Engineer Mangerera has tried to elaborate very clearly, but then depending also on the outcome, basically what we should be clear of, the regulation is too much into specifics. That's the principle of regulation. You are giving specifics. The energy law, if you read the Energy Act, it says the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority shall promote the use of renewable energy. It doesn't state how. So the how is what is specified in the regulation. So it may not really help if we don't have some requirements, only that the requirements have to be complied with the other laws, in compliance with the other laws. But the regulations, most of the time, have to be specific. That's why, if you look at NTSA, the regulations on transport, it tells you, if you drive above 80, this is the fine. Otherwise, they will say for highways, this is the standard. For towns, this is 50 kilometers per hour, and leave it at that, and ask the user to go to the standards. But the regulation has to be specific. If you are regulating something, you have to say, if you do this, this is a crime. If you want to install a system, this is what you should look at. And so we'll have that balance to make sure that you have a document that is also useful to the country. I think those were the main comments. The HS codes and also following up on the clearance process, and Andy is aware, is engagements that we are continually having with KEBS on how we can protect the local market from substandard products. So I think at this level, I will give it to Immaculate so that we proceed towards the close.
Thank you, Nixon. I believe we have interrogated these two regulations fully. And by going by the questions that we've asked and the comments, and at this point, we are moving towards the close. On your screens are details on how you can further comment on the regulations. You can drop a memoranda to our office in Upper Hill, and you can also send an email because the process is still open. And like we said at the beginning, it's a draft regulation. It's not completed, and the reason why we have been here the whole day is to hear what you have to say about these regulations. At this point, I would like to call upon Caroline to give us a way forward, and then thereafter we shall pray for lunch and call it a day. Caroline. Good afternoon. So I want to thank all of you for being with us. I know it's been long, but the comments are very good. What you've received is very good. And like we said earlier, we're not going to discard any of those comments. In fact, when we will actually communicate as to how we have addressed each and every single comment that we have received, because it's part of the documents we forward with the regulations. So that's the email address, so you can still continue receiving more comments. And since we cannot keep it open, forever, and we need to have some sort of closure to this, we are proposing that we take the next 14 days, that is 2 weeks calendar. We can give more comments on that so that then we can sit down as an authority and look through all those comments and clean up this regulation and finally have something that can serve all of us. So please take notes. 14 days from today, we might close that window, and then we can finalize on this regulation. I know we'll still have some other engagements with some specific groups that have requested for it, such as the Council of Governors, like the IEK that has been mentioned here. We try to organize and see how we can, engage them, especially on the roles of each of those organizations. Then what comes out at the end should be, something that serves each and every one of us. So we'll put all these comments in the regulations, and then we will forward them to the minister. We'll then take them to Parliament, and hopefully we have them gazetted in not a very long time from now. So again, thank you so much for coming, and please be good ambassadors of this renewable energy that we are speaking about today. So the information has been passed to you. Please pass it on to somebody else and somebody else. And our team at EPRA is always available to respond to any queries that might arise. So thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you, Caroline. I believe she has closed the engagement officially, and we are free to break now for lunch. But before we break for lunch, I would like to ask a volunteer to pray for the lunch.
and then lunch is served on the 5th floor. Please pick up meal card from the registration desk as you go up. So after the prayer, we will just disperse, or you can stay around. We still have the room up to 5 p.m. So again, thank you very much for coming and for your comments. We appreciate them, because without these comments, then we are not able to make the regulations better. So let's have a volunteer praying for us. Madam, you can come forward. You can pray from where you are.
I'm Jamboni. I'm sorry. I'm not going to pray for you. She's going to pray for you. But just before we finish, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. And also, Dr. Karen, I do a lot of community. I'm a social worker by profession, so we run a CBO. When I see people like Dr. Karen, please don't feel offended, Dr. Cabrera. I feel very happy, because what we are doing for our community is teaching the girl child that you can be anything. And when I say, we were just actually talking about her, how smart she is. So I will invite you to my program one day, Daktari, Angalia Ipande. I will invite you kindly, usidecline. My name's Pole, my name's Ajedida. Sina jina moja kama mkate, my name's Ajedida Munio. So thank you so much, yes?
I'm an Ipata of God, lakini I'm a Christian. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we humble ourselves before your throne this afternoon. With thanksgiving in our hearts, we give you glory and honor for the session that we've had. We pray that you be with all of us. We pray for the forum. We pray that as they go on, that you may give them a successful journey, even for everything, dear Lord. We thank you for each and every person represented here. We pray for their families. May you bless them. Remember our country. We pray that you be with us. Before us is something to eat and take. For those who don't have, may you provide for them. Give us journey mercies to our various destinations, dear Lord. We love you. We exalt you. This we pray in Jesus' name. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.